about it. Is that like due tonight or is that due tomorrow night? The video that we're supposed to be turning in for before the hearing?
It's going to be due tonight. You didn't miss any details. I didn't share any details yet. Okay. It's going to be at the end of the day. We're going to talk about that. Not too much to go over.
Okay.
Yep.
That's it. Thank you.
You betcha.
Hello. This crossed my mind. How do we handle the appointments to those
That is something I'm going to show you in depth tomorrow. I can tell you right now, but we're going to be showing you tomorrow. It's very simple. You just click on a couple of one booking buttons. I'll be showing you tomorrow, though. Michael and then Elijah, and then we're going to go ahead and move on. Go for it.
So, just a quick question. So, I know you said that for me it's called tools. What calls the server when you slash it? Is it like a Maya, or like if you don't have like a different call system?
I don't know what you mean. No, we don't have anything other than
For the underpass. Okay, that's what it's called.
yeah, that's yeah, I don't think it uses anything else. It's just no standalone software.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Elijah?
Yeah, so I heard that you said that top performers are getting 30 to 40 appointments.
Yep.
And I was wondering if you were able to stack up 1,000 appointments, like if you were getting 16 appointments and no one was putting it for you.
No. One bonus only.
So,
Yep. But you are getting good sellers for everyone that shows up. So you can still bring it up pretty high within a week.
right. Okay, thank you.
You bet. Okay, folks, we're just under 20 minutes past the top of the hour here, so I'm going to go ahead and stop the Q&A for right now. If you need to get your questions answered, go ahead and hold on to it. It won't be the last Q&A session. So no worries. We get back to you on that. I do want to move on, though. We've got a fair bit of stuff to cover today, and also I'd like to go ahead and give us a quick break. Christopher, I think I see you. You go ahead and check this.
Okay. No, it's not.
You muted yourself, bro. I can't hear you.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So awesome. That's gonna be great. So if I get a call and then I can just go as like no answer, busy, or like that will all be explained tomorrow with the dialer.
Correct, sir.
Awesome, cool, man. This is gonna be great. I'm gonna have fun with this.
Nice.
All right.
Okay, folks, so the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to go ahead and watch. Somebody was actually asking earlier, too. Alrighty, team, let's go ahead and jump into this. So we're going to get started. This is Barry, by the way. Barry's known us a long time. Turkey closer. He was one of our top setters. Now he's a closer. We're going to watch him do a good performance. We'll watch the entire thing. We'll watch a pretty good chunk of it. I'd say specifically pay attention to parts that he talks about when we start talking about red zones. Pay pretty good attention to that. Pay pretty good attention to net zero. And then obviously overall, just overall process itself here, especially if you're looking to become a closer here. Definitely watch this. This is the conversation that you'll be having over and over again. Okay, I'm going to leave my camera off while I play this video, just because I want it to play good, but feel free to go ahead and ask questions in the chat. I'll keep you monitoring. And I just want to go ahead and address this too. I'm going to be scrolling chat here. And Jordan, I see your question in there. Is this something that you can do if you have absolutely no experience in sales? Feels like you might be a little rusty. First of all, I want you to just understand that that's perfectly okay. And I myself, here I am, sales trainer, River Electric. I know exactly how you feel. In fact, when you first start, solar is like drinking from a fire hose. But you know what? Here's the thing, team. If you're feeling like you might be outside of your comfort zone right now, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Because that's where the most learning is going to come from. It might be that you struggle for your first week or two, maybe even 3 weeks. But you know what? The faster you just jump in with both feet, rip that band-aid off, the faster you will actually begin your team, right? The faster you will learn. So if you're feeling overwhelmed right now, I encourage you to go ahead and stick around anyway. This might be for you. Because while it might be a lot, here's the thing. Become a closer. We're talking about $100,000 to $250,000 from your own home. So is that worth being a little uncomfortable over? I say yay. But it's up to you. All that being said, let's go ahead and get it started here.
Well, I was going to ask you on your tablet, just in case, on your tablet, sometimes if you try and horizontally, you may get a better view. Just again, if it's a seat in the rear end, don't worry about it. Oh, there you go. If you have a better view, it should be wider. Wider. Wonderful. Yeah, you look great. You look fantastic. I'm taking the beard. I like the beard. Yeah, the glasses. Yeah, we could be. Man, listen, it's great to do you. Thanks very much for taking the time. And also thanks for shooting over the utilities. I was just wrapping up something for us to take a look at, and I'm going to pull it up. I wanted to, this is really just supposed to be explorational. We do these meetings just to introduce the idea of look at the potential for solar at the home, if it makes sense economically. By the end of the meeting, what we can do is we can look at, for example, if you want to look at a monthly, you can look at what it would cost on a monthly and compare that to what, syncing it out with wind energies would look like, and then also talk about next steps. That's generally it. It's just supposed to be conversational. So I wanted to ask you, just in the first instance, aside from the fact that we think you was so close, why were you thinking about looking at solar? What was driving that maybe to reduce reliance on it?
I started solar for a long time. This is our business.
Don't be so shy, walk with me, my dirty boy, can't you see that you belong next to me? Hey, sexy boy, set me free. Don't be so shy, walk with me, my dirty boy, can't you see?
Yeah, it's like, I got something in the long day, I'll look it up, get it all.
There you go. Serendipity. That's how it goes sometimes. Just in the nick of time. It's true. Solar has become more affordable. It doesn't work for everybody. There are, and also there are some qualifications, even if the economic makes sense. It's not just a matter of, saying, hey, let's throw some panels on How long was that?
Don't be so shy,
Yeah, how long
that
have you
with
been
me,
in the
my
program?
dirty boy. Can't you see that you belong next to me? Hey, sexy boy, so pretty. Don't be so shy,
Oh,
that
22
with me,
years,
my
okay.
dirty
So,
boy. Can't you
and
see?
do you see yourself, will you say that for the, the next 22 years or the foreseeable future?
During 22 years, just retired for well, I'm shooting for another 8. And that put me in the same age as Mick Cheney, who passed away this morning. At the young age of 84.
Fred, it's true. Nick did just pass away. And, may you have long life and health, vigor, and prosperity.
As most utilities are, they can't keep this news guy to make a 6% minimum 6% profit. So I don't know what kind of business you've been in, or if you want to run a business with a guaranteed a 6% profit. It's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, it's entirely correct. It's one of they're notorious for their rate increases. And so if you look at the bill, it's kind of like cost per gallon. So every hour that meter spins, there is a rate, and that rate will forever go up. And obviously, in addition to that, as you just noted, there are other charges on the bill. There's a meter charge, surcharge, this tax, that tax. I mean, anything they can do to get money out of the system, out of your bank account, they will. And so with solar, what we try to do is produce all of the electricity that you need, locking your rate for the next 20, 30, the property's rates for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And also driving. This is not to drive anxiety. We just want to get an idea of what's happening right now. The Midwest is inviting a lot of data centers. I don't know if you've heard of OpenAI, Meta, Facebook, they're all coming into the Midwest for two reasons. Historically, the Midwest has had cheaper electric rates than the rest of the nation. So they're trying to take advantage of cheap electric rates and the warm climate. Data centers run hot, and it's cheaper to operate them here than in, for example, Arizona or Silicon Valley. The federal government is putting a lot of pressure on the states to harden the utilities, burying cables rather than running them. They're spending a lot of money. And there is an inflation rate, we'll see in just a moment. There is an inflation rate associated with electricity. In addition to that, we service the entire Midwest. Minnesota and Wisconsin recently passed some laws. The law was passed in 2023 in Wisconsin by Governor Evers, and it's called Agenda 38. You can check it out online. Agenda 38 says that by 2050, every utility company in Wisconsin has to be carbon neutral. The whole of them. And the pressure is on. They're looking at spending collectively around $300 billion to upgrade their networks. And, it's a silly question, but who exactly is really going to end up paying all of that expenditure? But
Well, two people. Well, one of the same. There is the taxpayer and the energy user can bill. The charging through the energy bill, the energy bill or
I got my red dress
Alliance
on
Energy
tonight,
or
dancing in the
WPS or
dark
whatever
with
it is.
pale moonlight.
And then
Done my hair real
the
big,
tax
beauty
dollars
queen
is the tax.
style.
One of the biggest complaints that people have about the city of Milwaukee, the outlying people in the state, all the tax dollars go there, all the welfare money goes there, which is all false, by the way. It's the largest city in the state, and this is the most income in the state also. The tax dollars, the revenue is spent, but our tax dollars go out of state. They don't really look at it that way. They look at it as like, oh, everybody's going one. It doesn't. We actually get the short end of the stick in Milwaukee County.
even that's just about 5 years. No, you're entirely
A lot.
No, you're entirely correct. You're producing the most
I
income
got that
per capita, and it's
summertime.
all a lot of it is just being dispersed out throughout the state. And also, you're right in that when the utility companies spend on the front end, it's just going to show up on the bill. It doesn't make a difference if it's me or some cooperative.
Right, yeah.
They're
I'm
going to
feeling
the bill.
It's like there's no difference between Time Warner or now they call it Spectrum
got my
versus
bad baby by my heavenly
versus,
side.
whoever else
If I go,
they're all
I'll die happy
working
tonight.
there was never any charge for television. The whole idea of cable television was to bring rules to television that the cities were getting because they should put the towers and stuff. But, thank God, consumer-friendly and capitalist, we found a way to charge people $200 a month to watch TV. And there's a lot of nothing on there. What it works for.
It's just trash. Anyhow, I mean, these days you can do whatever the hell you want on the internet. So why would that be twice? Yeah, you're exactly right. There were more corporations that wanted the same.
I got that summertime. I
This is
got
the
that
Federal Reserve
summertime.
Bank.
Summertime
So it tracks the cost per kilowatt hour and usage, just the average cost across the nation. So in 2016, we were at 13 cents, and now we're at about 22 cents. So that's
I wanna take you somewhere, you know I care, but it's so cold and I feel nowhere.
this is from
I brought you
1980.
daffodils and a
It's
pretty
true,
string.
1981 pennies
They
more than
won't
it is,
flower like a
more than it is today,
daylight
but
spring.
4 cents.
And I
1 kilowatt hour in 1980, and now we're at about 23. That's a 250% increase in the cost of electricity. And if you do linear regression, if you just go backwards, that is about 5 to 6% every year on average.
The sacking of Bridgetown
never goes down in price. It's actually more inflationary than gas. And so what solar wanted to do is find a price, lock it in until it goes to zero, so that we never see that.
Most of the orchard bands finish the job.
That's definitely possible to do. We can choose a price today, lock it in at that price, and it will never go up until it goes to zero. That's our objective.
The orchards perish in
So
flame.
you can see Wisconsin is down at the bottom. It says, in addition, Michigan.
Burn those vulgar dwellings. Push the estate.
Set by executive order. So all of these things, including Wisconsin, have these ideas that, okay, because of one guarantee for $300 billion in expenditures, Massachusetts went from 15 cents for 1 kilowatt hour in 2021. That was 4 years ago. They're at 33 cents today. It's double the price on average in Massachusetts. I'm surprised it wasn't a little more. Because people's bills are going up $200 and $400 in 4 years. It's just, and as we've seen a moment, these are monopoly. I mean, you just pointed it out indirectly, but they are a monopoly. It's either we or your refrigerator doesn't. And so, and it's almost
Most of the estates are on fire. Burn whatever remains.
And it's as if we've been conditioned to think that utilities are preferred like there is no end date without the utility bill. And as well, there's no return on investment. I mean to say that every time you cut me a check, that is 100% interest rate. There's no return. You don't get what's the difference between renting a home and owning a home?
In the morning at the diner on the corner, I am waiting at the counter for the man to pour the coffee, and he fills it only halfway. And before I even argue, he is looking out the window at somebody coming in. It is always nice to see you, says the man behind the counter to the woman who has come in. She is shaking her umbrella, and I look the other way as they are kissing their hellos. I'm pretending not to see them, and instead I pour the milk.
Just like it did in Massachusetts.
Welcome back, Downers. We're here with another episode of Just Me and Nick, and no guest once again. But we do have some guests in the future. Oh my god. But not today.
Woo.
So,
Tech Tone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fuck it, Miz.
Fuck 'em.
Dr. Disrespect.
Doc first, baby.
Let's get Doc in here.
You know, we have nothing left anyways to lose at this point.
Who else is some fucked up crazy shit? What's crazy guest? Ice Poseidon.
Nice side. Hassan.
That's a good one.
Yasmin.
At the same time.
Then Destiny.
Triple three-way.
And then to top it off, the craziest person I know, S-Fan TV.
I agree. He did say the N-word that one time.
Yeah, he enjoyed it.
Yes, he did. Clipped it. Bring it on the screen. Play it. Unmuted. All right. Wait, should I actually? No.
Like a dick doesn't produce electricity. Neither does a pool. You just spend money on it. So you get the equity in a pool and deck and solar, but only with solar you get that additional benefit, which is it saves you money and produces electricity for decades to come. That is a source of revenue. So
anyways, we got a couple things going on. I just got done finished with a tournament.
Yes.
We'll start with some World of Warcraft.
Let's first off, let's get a round of applause for Chance and his amazing stream resurgence. 20K Andy, he's back.
True.
There it is. You know, that's amazing. You know, when everyone else is out there view-botting, he's not. There we go.
Yeah.
So the rest of you should feel like
Stop the
shit, by the way.
That's how long it took.
Yeah.
No,
It did. I had it flex for someone else.
But no, it's actually hard to make it on Twitch without getting carried by a section nowadays.
Yeah.
You either need to be getting the views from TikTok or YouTube Shorts, view botting, or in a section that
that people care about.
Well, right now they care because again, TBC releases.
It's good.
And before that, D Machine. Do you know D Machine?
Yes,
Okay. What do you mean? So say of course.
He's a paladin. I've known him for like fucking 10 years.
D Machine came back. He used to run a lot of WoW tournaments. He ended up working for Blizzard for a while, and he said, "Hey, fuck it, to me and Pika, do you guys want to do an All-Star 5v5?" Which is something. All-Stars is something I would do for content a long time ago. He's like, let's make a little.
I remember I've been in one of them.
And me and Pika were like, fuck it, I'm not doing shit.
Yep.
Pre-patch, nothing to really do. Hell yeah, we'll do it. And then he comes up with this jackass of a picture announcing the tournament. Can we bring that on screen?
Oh yeah, baby. It didn't look like you at all. It looks like Pika though.
Dude, okay, I'm gonna read you some DMs. I had to take. It's so.
That looks like Sardako mixed with you.
That does look like Sardako.
Oh, by the way, valet guy who recognized me also knew Sardako, which is probably good for you, Sardako, since people probably don't really recognize you often because you're so tiny. But...
Okay, so I didn't hear what you said.
I was talking about his juke out.
Oh, okay.
So he put this picture in, and I asked.
Most people hate me, you know.
Yeah, it's deserved.
Yeah.
He did not realize that this picture was clearly fucking AI.
Who didn't realize it?
D Machine. He genuinely didn't realize. I had to point it out. And Pika came in like, dude, Lamau, that is not soda. And he's like, oh man, should I just bite the bullet? I paid a lot for this.
He paid
for it? Yes! He paid for this! He's like, I've got this guy. And then he starts going through the rest of this guy's bullshit.
I'm dying.
All AI. Across the board. He brought up another picture. I'm going to screenshot this.
That does kind of look like
this is a graphic designer who's working professionally right now.
Potentially. I don't know who his guy is. I gotta ask the details.
It's probably a computer, man.
Let me send this to you. It's in general of the podcast chat.
God. It's good to still see Pika around, man.
Dude, Pika's great.
I used to hang out with him when he was 12.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Oh, we
were in a call with Pika when he hit puberty. Straight up.
Yep.
He said full kidney.
Yeah. Just popped it.
So,
is this him?
Yeah, dude, that's
is that Jake Gyllenhaal or is that Soda Poppin'?
No, like that's another art. And D Machine sort of said, "Do you know if this is a real pic?" Look at the words.
D Machine, what are you doing, bud?
And he asked, he's like, "Do you remember taking this?" No, dude.
Those are look like Astro headsets. You didn't even wear those.
I did for a while.
Oh, really? A50s?
Yeah, A50s. Either way, we did this tourney, and did you watch it at all?
I tuned in for a little bit, for a couple seconds, to see if you were coming to the pod or not.
I barely made it here.
Yeah.
Dude. So Peekaboo killed 3 people on his own.
Yep.
And he won his round.
Mm-hmm.
Later on, I had my moment where I killed, I think, 4 people.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But of course, the way you gotta play Classic WoW, you gotta run. Hump the pillar, you gotta drink. His chat was so mad.
Why?
Because I was playing the game to win. Because we also banned healers.
Mm-hmm.
The rule was you had to be majority of your spec had to be DPS.
Sure.
I was 31 balance, 20 rest up.
Okay.
And because I healed so much as a druid, they were upset. Sort of bends the rules so he can win. We had to ban a discrease because it was like healer.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course. Pika's chat, which is probably a whole bunch of melee players who probably haven't healed a day in their life. You know, just zug.
They were so upset.
Yeah.
And the thing is, of course, me being an asshole, I went in, I fucking roasted Pika. His chat, I don't think they have social skills to understand that. I love that man.
Isn't he like the nicest person ever?
Pika's a great guy.
He's actually so great. Listen, he'll clip this, I'm sure, but dude, he's so fun. But of course, you know,
he's also that good too.
He is that good. I will tell him to kill himself on repeat. I'll never say that I like him ever again.
Hell yeah.
That's how it
Sure,
works.
just so you know, because you know I'm a rank 1 paladin. You heard that term before?
You're hitting all the buzzwords.
but just to let you know, I got rank 1 with Peekaboo on my team.
So that's who carried.
I think that was Pika's first rank 1 title.
Yes, it was. Malevolent Gladiator. Pika was 12. He was 12 when he carried a whole bunch of adults.
He's like in his 30s. He's dying soon. But at the time, he was the prodigy.
He was.
He was the talk of the
And
town.
now he's old man Pika.
No, he's still that good.
He's playing tournaments. He's the only one playing retail nowadays. Truth be told, that's good. But you know, whenever he does play,
I also heard he was like a little bit of like a golf, like a golf prodigy as well.
Something like that.
I thought you said a goth. Like
No.
wore black clothes. Makeup.
No,
He likes golf. He's like one of those Asians that gets A's.
he's just he's a talented person. Not like anyone in this room. He had to hump a pillar to kill 4 people.
So did Pika.
As a rogue?
Yes, spamming
Oh.
re-stealth. The only difference is he just first aided and ate food.
Oh, but why was drinking that okay?
Because it's not their streamer.
Oh, little baby cat upset.
Exactly. So it felt that much better. I looked over at my chat one time mid-game, like,
like that?
We were sharing a chat. Exactly.
I will say it was hilarious hearing the commentating desk have to say "gay kitty" so many times.
That's my character's name.
In a very serious
You know,
context.
I got banned for that name.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, they banned me. But it turns out because Blizzard is so shit, it was just an automated system.
Yeah.
And I had basically was banned for 1 day. I had to like a pleb. I had to open a ticket, and they said, "Do you want your name back?" It was an automated ban. It was not our choice to remove the name, and I got Gay Kitty back. Someone else also took my name, so whoever took my name while I was banned got their shit or their character removed from their account, and I got it back.
Go ahead and say something directly to camera to that person.
Fuck you and your family, and you're gay.
Bro, there's people that literally play like NMP. Like they'll make NMP LOL and then
Sell
play.
it.
No, they'll be like level 60, and people are like, "Is this you?" No, it's not. You know, people are out there LARPing.
No,
it's just weird.
I think I have a rogue named NMP Law. I think I stole it from you one time.
Yeah, I play on NBL as well.
We love that.
Yeah.
But TBC launches tomorrow. Not sure if it's gonna be smooth as butter. Are you playing, Finn? It's your fucking birthday tomorrow.
Yeah.
Happy. How old are you?
I don't say publicly.
32.
35.
Good guesses.
Got some bags under your eyes. I'm getting those too.
I'm young. I'm like a vampire. I don't age.
I started a new facial routine.
Is it helping?
Yes.
Really?
But I only started it 2 days ago, but I can already see a difference.
Oh.
In the black circles in particular.
You know, maybe do you get enough sleep?
I do.
Oh my God.
You have black circles too. You just don't see them.
Well, I have black circles because I am puffy because I eat too much sodium.
Could be it, but you could also get rid of those with a face cream and still have the sodium.
A face cream?
It's like some bullshit you put here.
Is it the kind that burns?
Some I do. Fuck, I have a little note card because I don't know the order yet. There's like some fucking shit that I rub on and then I wash it off, and then I got some other bullshit that I rub on. I think it kind of burns a bit, and then I leave that on, and then I go dark circles. Then I got some other shit. Believe it or not, all of it goes on.
All right, this is what we need to do. We need to combine our funds because mine are low at the moment, and we need to pay someone to apply this to our faces before we sleep, so we don't have to do it ourselves.
I agree.
So imagine like you're laying in bed about to sleep, and someone just does all whatever that fuck is for you.
Yeah, I actually got a facial the other day.
Okay.
Yeah, and they did that. I laid there sleeping, and they did that. I got a massage, and they gave me a facial after.
Oh, it's supposed to be the other way around.
Oh, you're sleeping?
Like President Trump, I don't owe anybody anything. Georgia can lead America in criminal deportations, cut income taxes in half, and freeze property taxes. A vote for me is a vote for you.
It's game time at KFC, and every squad has a huddle. Make yours around our 20 extra crispy wings for $20. Delicious, crispy. KFC wings always win. It's finger-licking good. Only on the KFC app and Uber Eats.
Okay. Yeah. I'm glad.
I was in Jamaica getting a massage, and the lady fell asleep during giving me a massage. It was terrible.
What?
Yeah.
The lady fell asleep?
Yeah, like 45 minutes in. I swear she dozed off. I was like, what the hell is happening?
Finn, you are traveling way too much on the salary that you're on.
This one was paid for me.
Next thing.
I never traveled paying for it.
I'm doing balding prevention stuff. So I don't know if you can do it with turkey and fix bald. I'm not balding. But if you start doing, there's some like special, like I had to go to a fucking physical doctor for this, and it's part of their line or whatever. And you put little drops on the balding areas right here in the hairline and on the back here. Whatever the fuck it is.
Is it finasteride minoxidil?
I haven't read the bottle. But it's
tell you?
drops. It's drops. No, they did. I just haven't. I can't read.
That comes with consequences.
Like?
Not being able to have sex ever again.
Yeah, it makes your pee-pee not work.
Bullshit.
Yeah, you ask Arthur. His shit has stopped working.
Post-finasteride syndrome.
Was it ever?
Yeah, it was. Actually, he got circumcised when he was 17.
In EU?
Yeah.
They don't do that there.
They circumcised him at 17 years old. Because
how does that work?
Because
bro, what?
He told the story before, but
I don't want to tell it again.
No, tell it again.
Because the problem was his foreskin was too tight, so whenever he got hard, it would like hurt. So they had to circumcise it so his penis could make it out of the skin.
He's getting suffocated.
So they circumcised him, and every time it got hard during, it hurt, like it was like pain once the circumcision happened when he was an adult. That's why he's the way that he is. Because for like a whole month he couldn't get
Hold on.
hard.
So what did you do before circumcision? You just suffered with a tight squeezed dick?
Yeah, yeah.
Wait.
Sometimes if you had,
How did
he had a syndrome. There's a term for this. Yeah.
How did his first boner feel after? You ever say?
It was painful.
Was it?
Yeah, because imagine you get cut down there and it's coming in and just getting hard.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the first, like was it like freeing?
I don't remember.
Why do you know so much?
Because he told me about it.
Because Nick's gonna ask these are good questions to ask. I'm sure Nick asked them.
Yeah.
You asked a bunch of these questions
Yeah,
to him?
yeah.
So why do you think you got answers?
How many people do you know got circumcised at 17?
Well, I don't even ask because some doors are best left closed.
No, if you have a friend,
And that's why you're stupid. So
yeah, you're not walking through those doors, Finn. You're not figuring it out, buddy.
Damn.
Yeah, he did. He got his shit
Was he
off.
put under?
I don't know. Probably. You gotta ask him. But imagine, like, just 17-year-old Arthur, going there with his little penis,
I bet they didn't put him under. Underage penis.
Yo, what's up, doses?
You walked into it. You were leading that.
No, I was not. Okay.
Dude, this is already our work.
I'm in
that was not what I was trying to
solar
say.
consultant
Yeah.
meeting
Politics
right
have
now.
been banned on LSF.
Yes,
They're just
yes.
showing us a video of this
So
guy's
if
channel.
most people that don't know, there's this
Oh,
man out
man.
there
They all know.
that's full of
What's up with you, man? How was your day
losers on the
yesterday? I didn't
planet.
hear from you.
Until they don't.
You're right.
What is they're like you, Forsen, and E-Rob when he gets shit on,
No, they hate E-Rob.
Do they?
Well, I think.
Have you ever
they all-
seen this
they
podcast?
ironically shit on him.
This podcast is pretty
They don't
funny,
know.
man.
The people there don't have the social skills to understand that it's like kind of jokes.
Yeah.
So they'll be like, "Oh, we hate this guy," and then they'll lock in.
Yeah. So what actually happened is there was a mod who ran that place,
Oh, I forgot it was Super Bowl
into
Sunday.
the ground, more or less,
Shit.
and he got removed.
Who
Is
won?
that the guy with the stupid?
Did the
green screen?
Patriots
Yes.
win?
Yes.
Wait, it was the Patriots and the Seahawks,
He got
right?
removed, so now there's a whole team on there trying to do things differently.
Hopefully you had fun,
And
though.
they decided to ban politics.
And Super Bowl
I think it's
food?
gonna
Oh,
kill
my
me.
God. Nachos.
Well, who cares?
Wings.
No, I agree. Let it die. But I also think
Pizza.
it's so deep into politics now that's what like everyone
See,
craves.
I don't really know if politics were the problem. The problem was it was like 3 massive communities just using this as like their battlefield.
Yeah.
I think that was the biggest problem. So if they really want, let's say you kept politics, but ban like Asmund reacts to Hassan, who reacts to Asmund, who reacts to Destiny, who reacts
Who
to
won
Ecstasy.
in the Super
Like ban all
Bowl?
that shit. It might have been a little bit better.
Yeah.
It was the Patriots
but
and the
then again,
Seahawks, right?
What's the point of even all the politics posts? Like nothing changes. Like Asmund's still going to have his politics. Hassan's going to have his politics. It's not going to change whether
I
these
think
people argue in the comments
the
or
deep
not.
Twitch community
Yeah.
is, because I hate to say it, LSF is the deep Twitch community. It's
Yeah.
really the only hub for it.
A lot of people get their
They're
influence from
going
there.
to not even know what's going on over there anymore. I think that's good. I think it's going to have a lot of good effects.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest, LSF dying altogether is going to have great effects too. But will it die?
I don't know if it'll die.
Well, listen, if it dies from this, then it should. It should.
Oh no, you're
That's
right.
basically the long and short
Right.
because this
What kind
is
of
gonna
food was at the
purify
Super
a lot of
Bowl?
the content,
I agree.
which is great. And if it dies because
Wait.
the content is
The
now more
Seahawks
diverse
blew
and
them out?
relevant,
Shit.
it should die.
Nuh-uh.
It should die.
No,
And I
you're
say this
The
is
Seahawks were that
opposite
good
of
this
it.
year? I did
love
not
LSF,
know.
and
I
they
browse
love
it all.
me too.
I browse it all the
I
time,
did
but again,
not
I get
know.
pretty heated reading some stuff because they're just so fucking dumb sometimes.
What was your
They
favorite
really- they're
Super Bowl
clueless, but
food
they're
that
confident
you
they're
ate
clueless
today?
and
It's
stuff.
bad.
That's everyone everywhere.
You're right. It's just to
Or
see it
yesterday?
when people get upvoted and rewarded for it pisses me off more.
Just like they get pissed whenever streamers get raid spots for free. Full circle, baby.
You're right. That's how
I
we all
could
hate
see
each
how
other.
being
I
on a
mean,
meeting
politics
is
are banned. I don't
complicated
even.
while being in
I
chat.
haven't gotten to browse
But to be
today.
fair though, because I do go on that Reddit quite a bit on my multiple accounts, and
I wish I
you know,
could
the
put
good
my
news
meeting
is I don't know who's running it now, but there's
on here.
I'm a big rule.
Which I guess
Andy,
I could.
and there's a couple like rules that I love to report users for like this thing called unsourced allegation.
The sales
which
call
is
that
pretty
I'm
much all
watching.
things they
I'm
bitch about me
listening
for
to
because
this
none of it's
guy
true or even proven.
lie
Yeah,
to this
allegation.
homeowner.
Who doesn't?
And I only say live
Oh, please, you
because
guys
some
don't
of the
like that.
things that he
Just Google it.
said,
You know,
companies
Yeah,
have
sure
been
there's
sued
some allegations in the future
Well, go
for
on.
sure.
for trying to say
actual real ones.
to get them to buy solar. I ate a ton of pizza,
But
wings,
so,
some
but the thing is,
Korean
I used to
food, but
report
it didn't-
these
I
allegations,
didn't drink,
unsourced allegations, and
which
they
was
wouldn't get
kind of
down.
weird.
But the new mods who are doing it now
I wasn't
actually
feeling like
respond
drinking,
pretty
so I
quickly.
didn't. That's good.
And these people get
You don't need to
removed.
drink
So there
anyways.
might
It's
be some
poison.
hope in
It's
the future.
literally poison
You
for
know?
your body.
I opened Twitter today.
Mhm.
I think it might have been through Reddit, and then I clicked a link on LSF, which brought me to Twitter. I don't open Twitter.
Yeah.
You were getting defended on Twitter. It was actually
Me?
yes.
We're not talking about this. We are not talking about this.
Shut
it
up.
down.
What were they defending me for?
Fuck, I already forgot.
Oh, okay, cool.
I think it was like something to do with
Yeah, I just binge drink like crazy.
DMCAing.
Then we'll
You were
drink
talking
for
about how like
ever.
DMCAing
Well, that's good,
people
I guess.
who are lying.
Yeah.
Or
I'm
saying
in my
incorrect things.
binge
Someone was
phase
like,
right now.
I'm not really for creators DMCAing.
That could be dangerous.
But if the
You could hurt
person
yourself.
is lying, then I'm all for it. Right?
Yeah.
And so that I was like, okay.
I would
and
recommend not
part of me is
drinking
just
at
generally
all.
curious what
Try
the
to
case
find
law
like
would
a
be. Because they're like, oh, this is transformative. I'm not sure it
THC
is.
drink.
If you just
They have
take
THC sodas.
people
and
should do
shit.
it. Take like 30 seconds of an NBA game.
Just drink beer.
And be
Yeah,
like, this is retarded.
that makes sense.
Like that's your
I
transformer.
don't know what it
whatever
is. I could never drink
and
beer.
see if they take it away from you. See if they DMC. I bet you they do.
Yeah.
You know, I bet
Never
you they
could
do.
do it.
You know,
I mean,
and
I could drink
I'm
a
not sure if
couple.
it's different between like NBA games and our
Like
stuff.
a 3, maybe
Well,
a
people don't
6
bitch
pack.
about mainstream stuff like for example the NFL
Edibles
is
get
all
me
about
fucked
gambling.
up.
Yeah.
Damn near.
Yeah, but I don't know
Imagine
if
Twitch when it did the gambling.
I know, but to be fair, the
drinking
gambling
it
in
is
the
the
NFL is actually a
same.
problem.
Someone donated to my stream today and said,
Light
when are we going to
beer
get
at
some
that.
gambling from Soda Pop? And my chat was typing Pog. It might be a new arc.
I mean, I don't
I
drink.
might just fucking do slots
I
and
didn't
sell my
drink light
soul.
beer
I'm all for it.
when I was
People
drinking.
like gambling. It's a
Like
big
the
deal,
lightest
you
beer
know?
we would drink was like
I mean, you're right.
Yingling.
It's there's a reason why it's so addictive. It just
Maybe some
it's
Red
fun.
Stripe.
Like I love
Bro,
like,
I
one of
used to
my most
kill
fun
Red
things in
Stripe. I
life is
forgot
going
about
to a
Red Stripe.
casino.
Red Stripe was the shit.
That
The Jamaican beer
Dude,
was
You are killing
the
the podcast
best.
one cough at a time. So let's talk about something else. Finn,
Yes.
I see you wrote down here, updated high guard thoughts. I read our comments on our last podcast, and a lot of them were saying Finn with the highest IQ take on high guard ever.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't see. I
think you pinned it, but go on.
I did not. That's a.
He
that's
does,
a
he does
lie.
like these things, and they all show up there. I don't
He's
know if
right.
That
It's true.
I purposefully avoid liking anything that has to do with me because
Michelob Ultra's
then
pretty
it's
nice
nepotism.
when we go golfing.
I think you're always right.
Yeah. That's a decent beer, for sure. That or... What else would I drink?
I vape, but I don't like need
The
to vape,
Stella
you know?
Altos,
I only do it when my friends do it.
that champagne
On the
beer.
weekends.
Man, I used to kill those
I don't know.
things.
I don't really like to think about it.
Isn't
Maybe it is.
Isn't there 3 or 4 liked from Finn comments every?
I think so.
No.
So anyways, tell us what you love about high
you guys
guard.
are liars.
New
all right?
update.
High guard's supposed to be at the very end because nobody cares. I got destroyed. I got smacked around in the comments. People were like, I lost all respect for Finn. Some guy said that on Spotify. He was
Like,
on
I just
Spotify.
got my
We know we have
freaking
Spotify
It's pretty
comments.
sub.
active. We have
Why
active
am I not
Spotify.
Really?
freaking?
Yeah,
we do not.
Yes, we do.
How
How many views?
Why am I
We have
watching
some-
freaking
We're like a
ads?
4.9 rated Spotify.
Out of 10.
We'll play a game.
So, my question is, I ask everybody, if you could make something for 12, why buy it for 20? Why buy it?
Was there any good commercials in the Super Bowl? That was like the last time I watched a Super Bowl. I can't remember what Super Bowl it was, but it was only for the commercials, and then I just left. I am not a fan of sports. I'll watch soccer just because it's a global thing, but football and baseball, I wish I was into it, but I'm not. I'm gonna make some lunch. I'll be back. Lerkendo. Oh, hell yeah. I love you forever, baby.
Take that tower down! The raid on Aberfell.
It's been a long time since you ain't coming out your shell. You haven't really been yourself. Tell me what must I do? Cause luckily I'm good at it. I went above the money, won't stop chasing.
The tower has fallen! Their land is defenseless now! Establish a foothold by capturing that hamlet! For Agatha!
As inflation going into 2026. So we're gonna take a break here in just a minute, but I did want to just ask, are there any questions, thoughts, or concerns about what we just watched? Any questions? We take a break here. Go ahead, Nora, what you got?
So just to clarify, what you just said, his payment for his utility and electric bill went to $0 a month, but his payment for his was roughly $20 more than what his utility bill was. Is that correct?
Close to correct. His utility bill actually went to about $11 a month. Covered everything except for the meters.
No, I mean, not after we got the solar system up and running. Before the solar system was running, what was his fee, his utility bill, and then what was his money? And so, his payment, roughly 140.
The hamlet is almost under our control!
More expensive than the initial payment that they was originally making.
Absolutely, it certainly can. And it depends greatly on what we find in the property, how much solar they actually need for each of their roof, how much shade we got, and then to top it all off, it depends on what kind of financing they can qualify for. Did they get the 599 rate? Did they get the 999 rate? There's a lot that we don't know until we start pulling out and start looking at all these variables. When you get pretty close like that, that's looking pretty good. Yeah, we're not $20 more.
But it's still an upside because you're going to be paying that up until the loan amount, and then once you pay the loan off, then he's good.
Well,
Foothold secured! Ha! The Masons have fled into the Highlands!
Number one, you pay that
Gethium, topple those ridiculous pagan stews! Vengeance for Gallancourt!
Utility rate is increasing. The 120 is increasing little by little every single year, but the 140 that you just locked in is not ever actually going to go up. That's going to stay the same price the entire 30 years. So you're going to see a lot of savings in that time period. And when you eventually pay it off, that's the light at the end of the tunnel. You're basically not paying for electricity anymore at that time, as long as ever the meter fee that is. And that being said, it's a little bit more complicated than that. That's like the simple version of it. Obviously, if they started using more electricity and they use way more than they did last year, as an example, they would see silver. And the solar side is what they historically use. And if they're going to be using extra, then you typically want to add extra. In this example, you did actually add extra about 170%. So it's 17% extra solar than what he actually needed. So this guy's good. Even if he ends up using a little bit more, he's going to be just fine. But in some examples, you'll be exactly 100%. If they end up using more next year, they probably will be a little bit of a bill too. But most will just typically do a little bit extra if they use it. Just what I think about. Cassandra, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple questions. So first of all, can solar panels be used in conjunction with propane?
How do you mean? I mean, they're not compatible.
Well, like, so if I were to put solar panels on my home, I have propane, and that's how, like, my water heater is heated,
Solar doesn't typically offset anything when it comes to gas. The electric side.
right, it offset that electric bill is not, but it can still be used the same way I would use my normal electricity from the electric company around here, correct?
Yes, it's basically like you get 100% offset all the electricity that you're using. It's going to offset all the electrical appliances in your home, but being that you use propane for some of those gas appliances, that would not be factored into that offset, really. I guess certain places like Minnesota, you can kind of get away with offsetting some of the gas bill, but most of the time the answer is no.
Okay, and then next question. Mobile homes. Are they a yay or a nay?
Most of the time it's a nay. If the double wide, if they are on a slab and they own their own land, you have to single wide at all. And if neither of them are on a permanent foundation, then the answer is no. And they have to own their own land. So like a mobile home and a mobile home park, definitely no.
Well, like, for instance, my home's a mobile home, but it has an addition on it, and then it has an actual shingle roof.
Okay, that's a possibility. Are you on a permanent foundation?
That we're not, though.
Yeah, you're not going to get financing on a permanent foundation.
It's in dirt.
Probably won't then. Yeah, that's disqualified.
That's a bummer. I was hoping.
Yeah, I mean, you can try, but what really be something that you can look at if all the flows into it, just cancel that because we can't install that. Or something. Yeah.
And you guys don't do any installations, like, if they didn't want it on the roof. So that has to.
We can do ground mount as well.
But if we want to do a ground mount, that's something that we can do.
Still may, well, so if you're ready to pay cash for the whole thing, it's a maybe. But the thing is, it's tough to get financing for something that you drive away with the product.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah, financing companies are the stickler there. It's not so much permitting or interconnection agreements that's the trouble there. It's the financing won't give you the money for it most of the time. Yeah.
Alright.
Speed. Once they get to the demo portion, like if they get a chunk of that info, they get the demo portion, that's good. Typically, they're given price. So in that video, I think it took a little longer, but typically it's only about a half hour, and then they'll get it like that, so have it. So the price is being discussed yet. Pretty much, exactly. Pretty good. Hi there, can you hear me okay? Sure can. Alright, so when it comes to being a setter, when it comes to, like, are we going to be calling companies at all? Like, are there any big companies or farms, anything of that sort? And if so, does that change the meaning at all?
Most of those ancient stone columns are down! Keep toppling them!
Sorry, excuse me, would we be required to pull different information or need different information on, like, locations and if they have ownership of the land, of course? No real difference in questions. You'll find that the questions are pretty much the same. You get the ways, what's your utility bill, standard stuff like that. We'll get to that section when we look at on a farm, you see this for sure, and also a farm at the same time. The only difference between commercial and residential is who you put the appointments for. Everything else is exactly the same, and it comes down to which button you click. You click the blue commercial appointment button or the green residential button, and that's something I'll be showing you tomorrow.
Gotcha, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes.
So considering the calls list, are they homeowners that you're trying to you see? Are they calls that just we're just calling anybody who is a homeowner, or have you said that most of the calls are homeowners that you're phone?
So generally, yeah, they should be homeowners.
Okay.
Well, if you get somebody that just moved or just got divorced or don't want to live in the state, yeah, okay.
Fantastic. So you have that this assumption that they are related to the shipping company.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Christopher. Awesome. My laptop died and it's plugged me in, but hey, that's okay. So basically on the script, there'll be like a script that'll pop every time when we call automatically, and then there'll be qualifying checkbox questions like check this off or check that off or whatever. There'll be checkboxes. Everything you just said is correct, except awesome. We can call full, but you will have a copy.
Awesome. Great, man. Awesome. This is going to be fun. All right, man.
Right. You're right.
Well, you said, would that be counted as one each, or does each building count?
Take one owner.
Okay.
Take them off. It's the same. I mean, it depends on the product you sell. If you're closer to the Maxion, then the higher PW. If it's more recent, the lower PW. No difference in terms of commercial.
How does it feel to get your sacred relics destroyed? Champions, the heretics' leaders are gathering in the stone circle. Kill them all!
Okay, let me just check the chat, make sure I'm not way behind on questions. I'm not quite sure I understand what your question is there. It's not available, so that's not 100K. Stuff like that, how somebody might upgrade.
Go ahead, child.
You want to come up and ask? I don't think I quite understand what you're asking. Well, I can't have it right.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, I have a question. Say, when I start working Wednesday, say I get 10 appointments. Will I set up the appointment on the day for Thursday?
Will you what? I'm sorry, what was that?
When I set the appointment up, it'll be a day. I'll set it up for a day or someone else sets it up. I will still make it.
Go ahead,
Okay, so
child.
Okay, correct. Yeah, you'll have access to a calendar with everybody's schedule on it.
Okay, so will that pay for the day?
Yes, so whoever shows up this week, you can pay for next week.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, folks, let's go ahead and take our next break
Rush
here.
into
We
the
just want to
stone
get that break.
circle
So go ahead
and
and
let
take
the
a
pagan
break.
warlord.
Get some fresh air. And I know that's what I'm going to do. Get some fresh air. When we come back, we're going to jump into Solar 101. We're going to go back and add some context to the topics that we just saw there. So we'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
Rout the matrons by taking out their chieftains. Most of the pagan chieftains have fallen. Put the rest to the sword. Depraved pagans resist our divine retribution! The slaughter of Coxwell.
Tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Don't know what you're expecting of me, but under the pressure of walking in your shoes, every step that I take is another mistake to
Dimension, you're coming! Run!
Brothers, it is your duty to defend the village.
We're on a 2-minute break. Oh shit.
Double your efforts! Half of the village has been destroyed!
This 10-minute break is ridiculous.
The village is lost. Fall back to the gate.
I'm back, guys.
Agathians, hold the gates. The Mason Horde must not gain access to the city. Victory for Agatha is a victory for the common man! A gate is about to be breached!
Specific topics about solar. Now, if you haven't taken notes up to this point, I do recommend that you start taking notes starting now, because this is definitely going to have some stuff you can be quizzed on tomorrow. Now, regarding that quiz, by the way, totally open note, open book, if you're online, get access to these slides. Look, I've been using these slides right during that quiz. Again, I don't want anybody to fail the quiz. Okay? So take good notes and make sure you get a copy of these slides. So, for effect, I'm just going to start off by sharing these slides right here in the chat with everybody function, which is right here in the Google Meet, folks, where everybody's been chatting all day long. I just went ahead and posted the link to the slideshows. If you want to grab it, feel free. Okay? more about solar. I'm going to do my best to keep it simple. And obviously we'll have a little bit of Q&A session right after this. Okay? So, starting at the top, I think we all kind of already understand on a very basic level that solar captures energy from the sun and we utilize that energy in some way, shape, or form, right? We all know that part. Now, getting a little bit more into the details here, it captures that energy in the form of DC. We call that direct current energy. Okay? It's going to then go into what's called an inverter. The inverter is either going to be what we call a microinverter, so one inverter on the back of every single panel, or it's going to be a straight inverter, which is one inverter on the solar panel. Either way, the function is the same. Basically,
Agathians, fall back and defend the market!
And the inverter's function is to convert it into DC energy. Alternating current, that's a hose run on. It turns into an unusable form of energy, which might be usable form of energy, alternating current. Now, it's going to continue through conduit, and the inverter that has voltage in the belt wires that it's going to continue through those wires to your main breaker box, or your main panel, or your service panel. Right? A lot of names are the same thing. Basically, that big box on the side of your house with all of your circuit breakers in it, your solar is going to be piped into that. And the power that's generated, say you're generating power during the day, like today, the sun's shining, and you are using power real time, well, some of that power that you're generating is going to go directly into the circuits that are being used, right? Like your coffee pot's being used, and your computer, like in my situation it is, my light's on. The solar system would be going directly to those appliances. You're using that power real time, and anything you're not using in that instant is going to basically either go to any storage that you might have on the property, meaning a battery. It could go to an optional battery, and you don't have one of those.
The enemy has completely robbed an area of loot!
Side of the meter, and your meter is that circle thing that the utility puts on your house, basically keeps track of how much electricity it's selling you. Basically goes out the other side of that and gets stored on the utility grid as credit. Once it gets to the utility company, it's typically the utility company how they go about buying that power. And we call that the net metering policy. Every utility is a little bit different. There's a couple of policies that we deal with, and I'll be elaborating on some of those right here. That's basically what rate do they buy it at? Do they buy it all? Do they buy some of it? Do they buy a certain percentage of it? Those are the details that a net metering policy would work out. Now, real quick before we dive into what the
reacting too fast.
I want to take a second and just look again at why solar. And we had a decent little discussion right after that video about how that gentleman was paying $140 for finance payments and how his utility bill was $140. So he's accepting to pay slightly more than what his average monthly utility bill is. With a peace of mind of knowing that it's never
Fall back! The enemy has overrun the city!
Ever. As his utility rate increases, it doesn't really matter.
Reinforcements have not yet arrived! This is it! Do not go quietly!
We otherwise need to buy from that utility company. So all he has to pay is for the meter, basically having the meter in the property, and he needs to pay for the solar loan. That's it. All the electricity is completely covered on his utility bill. So it went from $120 down to $11 on his average monthly utility bill, and he just needs to pay $120. That's pretty darn good. That's not bad, actually. Now, here's the other thing to note, though, folks. It looks different all the time. In that particular example, it's only $20 more. In some examples, it might be dead on, might be 1 to 1, 120 or 120. Sometimes it might be slightly less. It kind of depends on what you're buying, what kind of rates you get. It might actually be more like $100 trading that bill for a $120 bill. That would be a true no-brainer. Like, that absolutely makes all the sense in the world. You're just paying literally less than what you're paying at this point. Now, that being said, those are like the best case scenarios. There are situations, though, where it's more like $50 more or $100 more. Those are those still no-brainers. Well, let me put it to you like this. It is a no-brainer in the long run. Every single time it's a no-brainer in the long run, right? Or almost every single time. If it's a decent design, a lot of the time it will math out. It really doesn't matter when will it math out, right? And in some examples, some people do elect to pay an extra $100 a month. In fact, the video that I used to show before this one was a lady, her average monthly utility bill was $120, right? And she switched that out for solar bill. It was $220 a month. Now, I'm not looking for an answer on this because we've already talked about it a lot, but just think to yourself, why would I
Half the garrison remains. Die with honor.
Just think about that here, so why would that make sense? Well, putting it to you simply, it makes a lot of sense if you look into avoid a $330 loan or $440 loan. If we saw that section where Barry showed the average kilowatt-hour price throughout the nation, all the way from early 2000s to a little bit before, I think. You guys notice anything about that? It's all never gone up. It's only ever gone up. So really the question is, once you cap what your expense is, once you take the time to decide what your final price is going to be, like how the utility company decides, so that your money is going to rise above and beyond what you pay for solar. Right? Again, an example that I'm giving here, it's $100 more per month. Right? It's definitely not jump change per se. Like for some people that's a lot, and that's what that for some folks recognize that. But here's the deal, if you don't decide to pay that extra $100 per month, well, you're actually going to pay for it anyway. It's just a matter of time. And if you don't
Reinforcements have not yet arrived. This is it. Do not go quietly.
For you, and it's going to get higher and worse than 220. Like I said, it's going to get us 50, then it's going to get to 300, then it's going to get to 950, and it's just going to keep on going up and up and up because that's what happens. Right? That's just how the system is set up right now. And so if you don't take the time to decide and cap your expense, the utility's going to decide for you. Now here's another thing to know, folks, and we didn't quite mention this, but solar actually has equity to the home. Solar is a home improvement fund. If you're going to go and buy a home and buy a new bathroom, upgrade for it, kitchen upgrade, you turn around and sell that home. Generally speaking, right? The home flippers, the home investors do the same exact thing with solar. Now, the big difference between those upgrades and a solar upgrade is if you upgrade a kitchen and a bathroom, yeah, that increases the price, also increases property taxes. It doesn't get rid of your utility. See, when you go solar, you're actually adding it to your home, just like a regular home upgrade. You're also getting rid of your utility bill. And solar as of right now does not make property taxes. That's pretty cool. Now, the reason I bring that up, and Barry did a really good job in the presentation during this section here, often he equates it to renting versus owning. And it very much is like that, because if you're just buying electricity from utility company folks, all you get is the electricity. You don't get anything else. But here's the thing, if you switch that and you start paying for solar, well now you're getting the electricity, but you're also generating equity in the home, which means you can actually sell that home and get a lot of what you've already spent back out. See, it's almost like you're not spending anything. You're just taking your cash asset, your cash, the cash that's devaluing in your bank right now, the one that's like same value forever, you're taking that money and you're putting it into an asset that's going to appreciate in value, right? Rather than taking the same amount and giving it to the utility company for payments, right? All you're going to get at the end of the year from the utility company is a pile of receipts that said, I had power. But if you do it with solar, you're going to get the power and you're going to get the equity. You don't get that. We did mention this one. You definitely can pay it all off, and that is awesome. People really like that. When you pay it off, you're not paying like
Take them by surprise. Attack. Brothers, stop that caravan.
that's the instant equity, so people think you can cash it out right off the get-go. And studies are showing even people that finance typically pay it off in 10 to 12 years. The cool thing about all the financing offers that we offer right now, not a single one has any prepayment penalty. So you can either put more into the loan and bring your payments nice and low and keep them manageable, or you just pay it off early and not have to pay anything for electricity ever again. Kind of depends on how you want to go about it. Both are pretty good options. So. And then the last little piece here, flexible financing, where this really comes into play and what we really need to understand, because we'll be explaining to our customers over and over and over, we are replacing expense, folks. We are replacing expense. See, people that don't understand solar, a very, very common objection is, I don't think I can afford that. Yeah, it's going on the budget this year. And it makes sense, and we're going to learn how to deal with that. This is a very, very common objection. And usually it just comes down to explaining the fact that there aren't needs for it. You see, in the example that I've been giving here, 120 for 140, you're taking away the $120 utility bill and replacing it with a $140 utility bill. Right? You're not going to have to pay both. You don't have to pay both. You're just going to pay one. And our goal as solar experts is to swap them to something that's comparable to what they're paying today. Right? So realistically, budget, they're probably thinking they have to put in like a $10,000 down payment, put in 60K, once the install's done, you don't have to do that. In fact, most people just tear it down, folks. Most people don't have to make anything until the solar's already running and already getting rid of the utility bill. That's important to know. We're going to be telling our customers that quite a bit. Go ahead, how do I see you again, right?
Yeah. I'm a homeowner myself. What if I decided to possibly go that route?
Which family?
What? I'm in Iowa.
You're in Iowa?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely do that if you're a company.
Black Hills.
Black Hills, okay, they're probably advanced billing. You probably need a battery to make it work really good, but you definitely could do that.
I just know somebody that, a friend of mine also switched to solar, and they're just paying that off instead of a inconsistent bill that they never predict, really, to pay something off that they'll have, and obviously build the price of their home way up, so they're gonna own it, essentially, instead of worrying about that bill every single month and how much it's gonna be and what it's gonna be, and it's just a steady consistent, it's basically just a loan.
Yeah, sounds kind of appealing, right?
Yeah, I know. Do I get paid that myself up at that point?
I mean, that I don't know. Definitely take your time.
I've owned this house for 5 years. Actually looking at buying another place too, but yeah, just trying to get it real estate a little bit and owning multiple places to rent. But I definitely consider it for right now.
Yeah. Yeah, take a look at the interior design. Absolutely worth looking into.
Alright, thank you.
Of course. Cool. Any questions on these, by the way? Folks, making sense so far, right? I think we kind of touched on this already, but any questions? So we're selling loans for equipment that can be obsolete in 5 years. I'm not sure where you're getting that. No, in that case, this doesn't go back to 16 years. It means the warranty itself is 14 years. Obsolete. By any stretch of the word. Okay. Alright, net energy metering. Okay, so back to this. So this again is referring to the policies that the utility companies have in regards to how they're going to buy back the electricity you're selling to them. Because that has a lot to do with how we'll have our conversations with our clients as setters and especially as closers. Now, here's the thing. I would say that it's probably
The missing caravan has reached the gate. Fall back to the gatehouse. Agathians, defend our gatehouse.
And then second to that, there are specific niche situations and objections that you'll get on the phone. And if you know this, you'll have a better time going through. Like for instance, if somebody says, yeah, you really like to talk to somebody in Minnesota, right? 4 months out of the year, I'm making them out of our gatehouse. How's this going to work for me, Devin? Well, if you don't know, that might be a tough objection to answer, but if you do know, if you know how the policy works in Minnesota, I can fairly clearly and easily state that, you know what, I'm going to glad you brought that up, because the way that net metering actually works in your state is they're going to allow you to store and maintain spring and summer, so you don't actually have to worry about anything like this. In fact, most of the customers that we work with in Minnesota are going to bring their utility bill to zero once the next tax is due. Alright, so that's how we handle that, but again, going back to this, because I understand that metering policies. So we got 4 basic net metering policies that we deal with. There's obviously a couple of outliers here and there, but we're going to focus on just big bullet points here. So starting with number 1, we call this the 1-to-1 policy. Some people call it the average retail rate policy. Basically, in Minnesota, it's a statewide policy, because really easy to remember. In Minnesota, your only caps your solar system is 4 kilowatts. And that's a system.
Whoa, the gatehouse is locked.
So what that basically means is, in Minnesota,
Brothers, stop that caravan.
Buy your power at the average retail rate of the state. And they're going to buy every single kilowatt hour as long as you're below 40 kilowatts AC. Now, just to put that in perspective, that's like 100 solar panels at 400 watts apiece. Big solar system. And you don't really see residential systems that big. Typically, you see them more like 20, 25, 30 on like the absolute massive side. 40, that's like a mansion. That's gigantic, huge. You don't see that kind of thing on commercial deals. Okay? So, more time here. It's on an annual basis. They're going to apply all the electricity that you send back to them at the average retail rate of the state, and they are going to have one true-up time frame, one reconciliation date at the end of the year. Now, why all that's important? Well, again, going back to the objection that I just gave about not being here if I have enough sunlight because of the inclement weather, because I'm in Minnesota, it does not matter in Minnesota, not at all, because during the sunniest parts of the year, your solar system is going to be producing a ton. Anything that you're not using real time, it's just going to be sold back to the utility company. That's going to be kept on your account as credits. And once the winter time comes around and you're producing less, and maybe there are some months where you're actually consuming more than you're producing, that's fine, because 9 times out of 10, in most cases, you will have been producing enough in the sunniest parts of the year to offset whatever you don't produce in the not so sunny parts of the year in the winter time, right, in December, January time frames. So in Minnesota, again, like I said, that's true. Customers that work with in Minnesota, assuming they can fit enough solar on their home, will actually bring their utility bill all the way down to 0. And I did say, if you can bring it down past 0, you can get the utility companies to pay you at the end of every year, which is very cool. Some people find that very, very appealing. Now, in a lot of cases, especially with these policies and other such policies, you can't really get rid of the meter fee. Most of the time, you're just trying to offset the electricity itself. But here's the thing, because Minnesota is getting such a good dollar value for the kilowatt hours, well, if you add a little bit extra, 20% extra, maybe 30% extra, you can actually get rid of that utility bill. Or not utility bills, can be that meter fee, so I should say. Obviously, utility bills, yes, but the meter fee specifically, a lot of times you can't get rid of those facility policies. Minnesota, totally can. This is a good dollar value for the kilowatt hour, and you can produce extra, there's no caps on that. So, in other words, especially for those folks that are out in the audience that know about solar, this is a big good policy, and it's probably not going to last forever. It's a good policy. One of the last policies that's good in the entire United States. Yeah, correct. It is possible to make money from being a solar owner. Now, that being said, though, if you're financing it, you don't get like a super good rate. It probably doesn't make a lot of sense to get a utility company to pay you $100 at the end of the year when it costs you an extra $50 a month, right? But it depends on the situation. If you get some people who pay cash and they just buy like 150% offset cash, that probably would make more sense to get the utility company to pay you at the end of the year. But there's a lot of situations out there, and it just depends. That's really what you buy once and what the policy is and all that good stuff. But simply put, Dan, the answer to your question is yes, you can have the utility companies paying you at the end of the year. It's just a matter of can we make that make sense. Okay, so that's for Minnesota, specifically Minnesota. So anytime you talk to somebody in Minnesota, when you're making your phone call, it'll pull up with the client's information, with their name, their phone number, their email, their address, it'll tell you which state they're in. So right off the get-go, the word hello, out of your mouth, you can see exactly what policy they're in, or exactly what state they're in. Go ahead, Cliff, what's up?
Sorry about that. We have a rundown of the states and their policies like you're showing here, or are we going to be calling this their state depending on
This is it right here.
Behold, caravan has reached our barricade.
Yeah, so nothing other than that, obviously, to clarify anything that you gave, but this is what it is. I thought
Brothers, we must defend the barricade.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, we don't, only in the states that we operate. Okay. Yep. Okay, cool. Okay, so net excess generation. Let's take a look at the second one here, folks. Now, this is going to be for Wisconsin. Okay, that's very, very similar to the one-for-one policy. You get a pretty darn good rate for the power that you're going to be sending back to them. It's not quite average retail rate, but it's a pretty decent rate. Wisconsin has a different kind of cap, though. Minnesota has a system size cap, which is a really good thing for most of our customers here. Wisconsin is a little bit more picky. They have what's called an offset cap. Now, I don't know if I've touched on offset, but just get real quick. Define offset for you guys. The percentage of energy consumed per Okay, so if I have 10,000 kilowatt hours consumed in my home, meaning that's how much I'm using in a year in terms of power, and let's say my solar system produces 8,000, obviously I'm not quite the full 10,000, right? So that would be 80% offset. Okay, that's an example, 80% offset. 100% offset would be if I consume 10,000 kilowatt hours and also produce 10,000 kilowatt hours. That would be 100% offset. So going back to this, what I'm saying here is that you don't want anything more than 100% offset. So if I am consuming 10,000 kilowatt hours and I send them 11,000 kilowatt hours, what's going to happen there is they're going to give me a decent rate for those 10,000 kilowatt hours, and that extra 1,000 kilowatt hours, they have to buy it from me. They have to, but they don't give me a very decent rate for it. That's the difference. So they give me a decent rate up to 100%. Anything beyond 100% offset, they're going to pay me what's called the avoided cost rate, which is like 100 cents, really not very much. And so it doesn't make a lot of sense to both sides in Wisconsin, and Wisconsin specifically, folks,
No! Our barricades have been destroyed!
Meters, right? Because here's the thing, you're getting a decent rate all the way up to 100% of the kilowatt hour usage. And once that's at zero,
brothers, we must defend the gate!
So technically, you could do the same thing. You could add enough solar to offset the meter fee, but the amount of solar that you would need to do that is sort of astronomical, so it really doesn't make sense to do that. So for Wisconsin, basically get rid of everything except for the meter fee. The other thing to note in Wisconsin is that it's on a monthly basis that they reconcile with power. Okay, now that's a big difference between Minnesota and Wisconsin, because again, Minnesota is annual, so everything that's reconciled in Wisconsin, if they reconcile with once a month, that means at the end of the month, they are going to essentially either bill you for what you did produce or give you credit for what you did produce. And because it's on a month-to-month basis like that, you can't exactly store everything in the spring and the summer for the winter time. You kind of can, but it's not quite foolproof. It's just one of those bigger things, right? So ultimately what that means is in the winter time, will they have a little bit of a bill to deal with? A lot of the time, yeah, they probably will. But the cool thing is that's important to remember that you can show them exactly what that utility bill looks like. And that's important to know, because when you look at it in Wisconsin, what it usually ends up at help them save anywhere from 85 to sometimes as high as 95% of their overall annual utility bill cost. It just depends on the setup, how many panels they need, how many shades they have, all by more. You guys give me an idea. Again, there's a lot of variables there. So they'll have a little bit of a bill to deal with, but we can get rid of the majority of it. Okay, annual basis, there's a cap at 100%. And those will be the probably big important things that I've heard about the numbers over there in Wisconsin. Monthly net excess generation. Take a look at number 3. This is yearly net excess generation. It's very, very similar to the other one, except this is on a cap basis. These are a 100% cap as well. Don't really want to oversize. But with Mid-American and Alliance, two big companies here in Iowa, these companies offer yearly net excess generation. So they won't allow you to overproduce. You still can't really get rid of the meter fee, but you can get rid of all the electricity. Okay? And again, it's on an annual basis. So they
Our gate is being destroyed!
store everything that you need in the spring and the summertime for those darker winter months. So our folks over in Mid-American territory or Alliance territory, they can pretty much get rid of their entire utility bills. Feel pretty good. Again, that's like a yearly basis. And I know that's a little granular. There's two pretty big companies in Iowa. Just up in this that's strong utilities. They offer pretty decent net meters. Now, everywhere else, North Dakota, South Dakota, and everywhere else in Iowa, other than those two companies in Iowa, it's all net billing. Now, net billing is kind of a lack of policy, really. Like, net billing is where they don't really want to buy into the power from the panel. They legally have to, but they are not obligated to give you a decent rate for it. So they're going to give you a rate for it, but it's going to be what you pay today. The entire swath of kilowatt hours that you're sending to them, whether it's 100% offset or 10% offset, doesn't matter. They're going to give you what it's paying for that power. Meanwhile, they're going to charge you anywhere from 30
citizens have breached the main gate!
Different way of going about the process.
Agavians, our duty is to defend the Duke with our very lives!
Selling it back to the utility company over and over and over again. It's just recycling, buying and selling, buying and selling, buying and selling. And you're just constantly reimbursing yourself enough that where it evens out and you're getting to the utility bill. Now, when it comes to this one, you can't really buy and sell it in a good way because they're not going to buy your power at a good rate and they're going to sell it to you at kind of a higher rate. So the only way to make these make sense is to have a battery in the property. And if you have a battery in the property, that allows you to simulate net metering. If you don't have good net metering utility company, you want to simulate net metering on your phone. Think of it as like a semi-on-grid setup. It's the kind of setup where instead of trying to reimburse yourself 100% utility company, you're actually trying to utilize the power to generate rather than selling it back to them at all. You're trying to reduce, number one, how much you're buying from the utility company in the first place, and you're also trying to reduce how much you send back to them in the first place as well. You're actually trying to have a mostly self-sufficient system, and what that ends up doing is that you offset your usage during the daytime by not buying it from them, by using your own solar system, and storing whatever you don't use during the day in the batteries. And the function of that is to use the batteries at night so that you're not pulling them from grid again. See, net metering is the kind of example that solar produces during the day. You can't really produce solar at night. And so the whole purpose of net metering in a nutshell is to be able to store excess from the solar during the day to be able to pull those credits back out at night. Well, you don't have the ability to do that really because the utility doesn't have money to get rates for the power. You can actually do the same thing, but you would store the power instead of on the grid, you store the power in your own battery system. Utilize that battery system at night to bring the utility down. Again, it's not like selling power back to the utility company, it's actually by reducing the total amount that you buy from the utility company in the first place. Any questions on any of the policies here? Sometimes I can be a little bit confusing. Following so far? Go ahead, Raquel.
So, you live in the other areas, or you're selling to the other areas. Is it worth it to still try to make selling for the battery? Like, is it less efficient to use battery in like Minnesota or Wisconsin or somewhere that isn't going to charge higher rates?
So the battery you can definitely still use. Let me give you a couple of case use examples. The battery is the thing that you would need if you want your system to keep on during a power outage. So anywhere you are in any of these states, if you want to be able to stay on during a power outage, that's a good reason to have a battery. And some people maybe want to make sure that their medical equipment doesn't go out, or maybe if you're like work from home, you don't have to take a day off if you're not working and the power's out. Those are reasons to potentially have a battery. You don't yourself need to recommend batteries, and even if you're talking to somebody in North and South Dakota, if the conversation doesn't go there, you don't necessarily have to bring it up because the voters want to bring it up. If you want to maybe drop that seed, because it's very valuable, and only employment, I'd say go for it. Kind of up in regards to that. I'd say they're definitely more valuable in making systems to make them really good, work well in North and South Dakota and Iowa. In other states that we talked about, it's more of an option. You don't need them to make it work well. Okay, any other questions on the policy here, folks? Making sense? Chris, we'll sip the water here. Let's go ahead and keep on moving on here. So sure, touched on this just a little bit. The offset, we already went over that one. Kilowatt hour, I've said that a bunch to you guys already. Kilowatt hour is simply the unit of energy you measure solar system. That's as complicated as it needs to be. If you take a look at your utility bills, you will see that you are being charged per kilowatt hour. If you have a rate with your utility company, it's anywhere from low, depending on where you're at in the country, sometimes as high as 60%. Here in California, it just depends. Some places really are charging quite a lot for electricity these days. In the Midwest, it's anywhere from 12 to 18. Highest, I think, at least like 20 or 21 right now. It's getting there, though. It's climbing pretty quick. It's not quite high enough yet, but you know what? It's going to come in and there a lot. Boy, we'll probably get there pretty quick. Anyway, long story short, kilowatt hours. Measure solar. It is different from a kilowatt. Having And if you want in terms of sizing your solar system, so here's an example for you, maybe it'll help illustrate the difference. You have a 4.5 kilowatt solar system, I think that's actually you have two 4.5 kilowatt solar systems, exactly the same in every way, except one facing north and one facing south. Close to one that's facing south has 1 kilowatt power. Facing north, so this is kind of a lot of trying to finish with the solar system. That kilowatt, how big is the solar system? That's a variable that uses to determine how many kilowatts that unit is. Okay. Now an array, since most of the block of solar panels, you've never heard that term before. I'm going to picture on this little house. That was one fancy word for direction. Basically, the direction the panels are facing, that has a lot to do with how much kilowatt hours you produce. Well, the example that I just gave was if they're facing north and one facing south, the one that's facing south is going to be better, right? But it's actually anywhere on that circle you can have those panels facing. You can have them northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. It just kind of depends on the layout of the home and what we have to work with. Either way, the direction that they are facing is going to affect how many kilowatt hours you like to produce. So to still, if we can control it south 35 degrees, that's what we like. But obviously, you guys are realizing that we don't always control it, right? Sometimes we just match
The bridge of code3.
It's a 48-degree pitch. We'll usually just go ahead and match that. It will affect how much you produce. And so does shading. I know that you guys know what shading is. That's not a new term by any means, but it's a variable that we use to determine how many kilowatt hours that we produce. Right? You might have a beautiful 35-degree south-facing flame, but if you got 4 or 5 redwoods back there that has shade on it all day, that will affect how many kilowatt hours that flame will produce. And it's all determined through that 3D software that we saw Barry using. We use VE plots, we use satellite data, so we can see exactly how many sun hours the greenhouse is getting based off of any instructions or trees or anything like that. Okay, now solar plus battery. So like I was just saying a second ago, folks, batteries are options. Okay, you do not need to recommend a battery unless you want to. They're very cool. They do keep you on during a power outage. One thing that's important to note is that solar systems...
Tenosians spotted out in the dunes. Brace for contact.
You just got a solar system, like a stock standard solar install from WRE. If the power goes out...
They are escorting siege craft. Stop them from moving any further.
You have a battery. So if one of your primary motivators was to have your power stay on during an outage, well then what you actually need is a battery to go ahead and your solar system. You can offer a generator as well. We offer those Generac generators, so those are pretty cool. You can also offer off-grid. If somebody is interested in an off-grid, but they're not going to have it up north, we do definitely do off-grid systems. In fact, the full suite might involve solar system into a generator-compatible battery, and then a generator into the battery, which is actually very cool, right? You can have a very self-sufficient system where you will essentially never lose power if you have all three of those things. Pretty also, you can do the semi-off-grid that we're talking about. If somebody has a meter there, but they want the ability to stay on during an outage, so if we have a meter there, you can have a system that will allow you to stay on during an outage. Okay? And I think somebody might have asked in the chat, or you also offer car chargers. Okay? Sometimes that's a very appealing offer. It's just solar with a battery and then car chargers. Some people really like that. Now, it's not super duper important per se, but I will just go ahead and list them anyway for anybody that's curious, because usually people will ask me right around now. Powerwall 3 is currently on offer. That's the Powerwall 3. 4 is currently on offer. Phase 10. Okay. And last one will be LG 16 kilowatt hour battery. Yes, we definitely do ground mounts, 100%. Ground mounts and roof mounts. Yep, 10 phase is very good. It's very good. An independent system that you can pay in full without financing. And you can buy all of our systems in full without financing if you like. Most people don't. Most people don't. But you can. Absolutely. Like I said, my video is not clickable, huh? It works for me. That's fine. Of course, it's fine. I don't really share that video in here anymore anyway. Oops. have for a battery, which is usually pretty expensive. And right now, those LGs are going for $4,700. Crazy good deal right now. Christopher, what's up?
Do not let the Tenosian siege rams reach our wall.
Yeah, you were saying the,
Oh, no, yeah, no. I was just taking my notes, making sure I got everything down.
Don't worry, I'm Christopher, another Christopher.
Oh,
yeah,
Those siege rams are getting too close for comfort. Stop them now.
solar panel, can only be run, can't run the entire house, but only with the battery. So let's say it is running off the battery, would that be able to power anything that generates electrical appliances that generate, or is it just typically like your heater? Yeah, or like, you know, the refrigerator, yeah, it could. It certainly could. I mean, it definitely gets a little bit complicated because some things take more power than others. What I've been told and what I've been researching with the Tesla and stuff, basically all the batteries are offered right now. Back up with just one battery. And even if it was a question as to like maybe you could or couldn't, you also just add more batteries to power everything in the home. The only things that you would have trouble with would be obviously like gas and lights. But that's not really correct. Okay, thank you.
Just dreadful.
All right. I do not have a page or pricing or anything like that. In fact, it's so custom that it's all done through Paralytic. So I guess we do, but nothing that you guys would have access to per se. No, I don't mind. In fact, if you want to come on mute and ask a question a little bit more quickly here, I see you got a couple of chats and trying to keep up and just move at the same time. Let's actually use your question there, my friend. Name not available. Sorry, I know you said you needed it. Brandon, I think, something like that. Brent, that's right, Brent. Yeah, you want to come on mute? What actually is your question there? Seems like the expense on like the battery expenses, not the actual panels. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. I'm trying, man. Anyway, I hear you testing. I'm trying, bro. Oh, wow. I hear you. I hear you now. Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Alright. That's right. I'm not trying to. I know you know.
Curses! The siege rams have reached our walls.
Anyway. Yeah,
Hasten! Clear the walls and protect our siege weapons.
How this is gonna work and everything. So I understand how solar works, from DC to AC, all that kind of stuff, contractor, that kind of thing. But man, I'm just really wondering, we're really trying to, because I saw the substation very long, in my opinion, my personal opinion. Maybe that's what it takes to like do that. But man, it just seemed like we were trying to make it make sense to the guy that goes solar and changes one finance for another for the next 20, 25 years. When the guy already seemed like he was sold, so I don't know, that might have been the training purpose, but he was explaining all that, and like I said, it was the training purpose. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, are we basically trying to explain to these people, look, you need to go solar instead of electric, but then we're also having to team up with the electric companies. And they're also, they're not trading no power bill for nothing. They're trading for nothing the same, so it's just a different company. You see what I'm saying? And I'm just trying to make sense of all this. Because I'll let you see and I'm like, get the breath. I'm trying to figure out where I get the breath. And you're, there was a lot said right there, but like, question exactly what, because I'm getting like how does this work? We've been talking about it for quite a while, and what actually is your question, my friend? I'm still a little confused on my question is, alright, I understand what it is. Am I trying to
defenses are falling. Safeguard our siege weapons.
I can go set appointments with people that will be pretty qualified homeowners. It's gotta be pretty good at paying their bills, you know what I mean? And I gotta get them to do all these things that they probably don't even know how to do with setting up the electric company and everything. Everything's gotta be set up for 20, 25 years when solar is gonna change so much. See how I'm going with this? Yeah, I think I gotta say, you're kind of focusing on the wrong thing. Let me go ahead and bring you back down to earth a little bit. I've done this one more time. So, here's the deal. As setters, we're not even really selling solar at all. I know we haven't really got that far yet, but here at setters, what we're focused on is getting people to see what solar even looks like for them. That's the first thing. Because we don't actually know if it's going to work out well for this person, or if it's going to not work out well for this person. We haven't actually done a design yet, right? But step one is find people that could buy this, find people that could buy this, and see what solar looks like for them. Right? That's what we're focused on exclusively as setters. As a closer, you're taking all those appointments, running the designs, and doing your best to make it make sense to them. Sometimes it ends up being one for one, like the one that we watched was 140 for 120. And then sometimes it's going to take a little bit more convincing. And in some cases, it might be $100 more. It might be $200 more. Now, what we saw Barry talking about there, and that zero to red zone, part of the reason it took him so long is he's building the gap. He's giving the mailman a reason to challenge his status quo. If you're about ready to pitch somebody on something that's going to cost them $200 extra a month, well, you better get them on the same page that they're trying to avoid a $400 a month increase. That, in a nutshell, is what Barry is doing right there. Now, to your point specifically, as far as how you're feeling about this, I would go ahead and just watch the rest of this and see how you feel. If you feel like this ain't for you at the end of it, well, there might be it's all down. It ain't like that. But I'm trying to dump the odds, man. I've been through the ringer. $100,000 divided by 20 years is $416 a month, man. My power bill at its highest is like, where'd you get $100,000? Stop there. Where'd you get $100K? They said $108,000 on the train city. That's $108,000 paid to his utility company if he does nothing for him. And what that is, the solar system was $24,000, and after the discount, it's about $17,000. Well, I appreciate it. You made me look like a cool fan. I maybe I wasn't paying complete attention, but I don't know. I'm not trying to make you. I'm just trying. No. If I sound like that, I apologize. I've been having to feed my cat. This is where it's going. But Dave, I just want to make sure I'm selling something I believe in. I was like getting into this solar system thing, and I was like, man, this is the way of the future. Elon Musk was talking about it forever, and I'm just really pumped up about solar. I want to get my house.
We are besieged. Go forth and quash this pathetic rebellion. Masons, we must stop those siege towers.
It seems like I'm selling a brick car, you know what I mean? And so I just want to make sure that it's gonna. I don't want to have to talk to somebody for 30 minutes for it to make sense, for them to go solve their electric. It should be pretty basic knowledge, but it's gotta save you money. It's gotta make sense. Alright, I'm sure it will. I'm sure with that, Sandra.
We are technically not selling the solar system itself. We are selling in the urgency for the appointment, from what I'm understanding. The urgency to get us in the door to get them interested in purchasing. So we're selling the appointment. The closer's job is their job to sell the product. We sell them, they sell the product.
Exactly right. But I don't want to set up an appointment with somebody that I don't believe in the product. That's not going to make sense. So, I mean, typically what they don't, it's definitely. I can't get it. I get it. It's not for everybody. I'll be the first to say that. It's not for everybody. It ain't for you, again. It's not for you. But maybe it's different. I thought we were selling a solar system to people that trying to save money.
you're doing something good. I mean, is it not good to save somebody money? Right. We are. We're saving tons of money for lots of folks. But they won't see that for a long time. Well, that's dependent, though. You're generalizing. I mean, a lot of people do see it right off the get-go, and then some people don't. We're selling a $20 to $25 or 25-year long-term assurance. And it's just, that's pretty wild because our clientele is going to be older people that want to live probably that long in the first place. And you know what's done? It's you know, can you please, just leave it. Yeah, please, I'm done, man. I'm just upset, man. I was rude. Well, you know what? I'm just explaining what you're going to learn. So can you please yeah, I'm done. I apologize. Hope everybody. No. Alright, no problem, folks. Appreciate that, Barry. And hey, you know what? Again, friend. But yeah, let's move on. Let's keep this tight. Appreciate that. Let's move right along here. So I want to touch on net zero. Then we'll go ahead and move on to our next couple of topics here. So net zero. We saw Barry talk a little bit about that. Basically, the details that we have are right up here on the screen. But what net zero ordinance really is, in a nutshell, folks, it is ordinance from a state that basically is causing utility companies to go more renewable by a certain time frame. And lots of states have passed this so far, and Minnesota is one of them. Now, when he was in his presentation, this is part of him building the gap, as I was just saying a few minutes ago. Essentially giving them a reason to believe that the utility rates are going up. In other words, educating them that the utility rates are going up and why they're going up. And a big reason would be the data centers, but another one that we've used historically before data centers was a big thing, the net zero law. Now, it's going to cost the state $313 billion through 2050. And the quote-unquote silly question that we asked our folks or our clientele, do you really think they can pay for all those upgrades, being that these are for-profit utility companies? And the answer that they give is it's probably going to be us. That's the truth of it, folks. And it's not just because that's what we think is going to happen. If you look historically at every other state that has passed net zero laws, like California, hysterically high rates, Hawaii, hysterically high rates, Massachusetts, hysterically high rates. In fact, every state that's passed these laws experiences pretty high rates. And the example that we give to folks, that I'm going to give to you guys, is the Massachusetts example. In 2020, where was it? 2021, they passed this net zero ordinance in Massachusetts. Folks, they were sitting between 11 and 13 cents on average. 4 years later, 2025, they're sitting at 33 cents on average. 33 cents. Now, that's not your typical 4 or 5% increase per year. Okay, that's big, fast increases. That's doubling or tripling in a very short amount of time. Imagine if your utility bill was $200. You can do that at 12 to 13 cents. If it goes up to 33 cents, then that means your utility bill is going up to like $400 to almost $600 in less than 5 years, folks. That's a pretty big increase. Okay, and that's what happened in Massachusetts. I've talked to people that experienced that. It's pretty nuts. And you know what? Here's the thing. Minnesota passed theirs in 2023, 3 years ago now. It's pretty much the same exact law that Massachusetts has. Okay. Now, this does tie very closely into the red zone concept. I saw some questions in the chat about these utility red zones. Basically, what this is, folks, this is that there's only so much room on any particular part of the grid for solar to be installed for residential customers. Okay, when a solar system is on a residential home, it generates what's called backup. And then you can take the electricity going back to the utility company. Now, what I'm saying here is that in certain areas where there is a lot of solar saturation, there's no more room for any more backfeed to go back to the utility company. And so what do? Well, instead of upgrading the utility grid to encompass more residential solar, well, some utilities like Excel will just straight up cap it off. You end up with these red zone areas where you simply can't go solar if you wanted to. Now, here's the thing. When you run into somebody who's in a red zone and you know it already, because they're an Excel client, you don't disqualify these people. You still run appointments with people that want to see if it's possible. Because this put the bug in your ear, those guys are extremely rare for us to get somebody who's actually approved that is currently in a red zone. And why do red zones matter to us? Well, because every utility company has this issue. It's kind of just a matter of how big of an issue it is. Excel is a big stickler when it comes to this. They deny like 2,000 people. Above that percentage, 2,000 people a year. That's a lot. That's a lot. Now, where this comes into play for us is urgency. Because ultimately, you're going to be talking to a lot of folks. And some of these folks might be saying, yeah, you know, Devin, I like solar and everything, but my PV call next year, you know, after I have some budget for it. And to them, I would respond, yeah, hey, I'd be happy to go ahead and PV call next year, but just real quick, though, have you heard about what's going on? Have you heard about red zones? And that's the part where they're going to say no, because red zones don't typically make FY2. And I'm going to explain to them that the more solar that gets added to these residential areas, and the more solar farms that get added by the utility company, unfortunately, that means that there's less room for you to be able to get solar, Mr. Customer. And that is the truth, folks. The more of this grid that gets filled up, unfortunately, the less room there's actually going to be for the rest of the customers. Now, again, big issue when it comes to Excel clients. We don't run into this quite often. We know in Minnesota, some places, you hardly ever run into this at all. I used to run into it quite often out here in California. Kind of just depends on how much we're going into that area. But it is a legitimate concern. It is mostly capacity is what I'm talking about here. And the grid is owned by the utility company, folks. And so if the utility company deems that it's unsafe to add any more solar to that area, again, they're just going to cap it off. And part of the reason they cap it off instead of upgrading it to stand for solar is because they want to continue to add solar to the grid because they want to hit this goal, but they want to do it with their solar. And that's the critical distinction right there. They want to install their own solar so they can keep selling power to their clientele. Right? Rather than open up the grid and have more of their customers selling solar, they want to add their own solar to sell it to their clientele. Right? And because part of that is, it just sort of makes sense if you think about how the industry works. I mean, think about this for a second.
Ollie,
You remember
Gathians
just a
have
little
taken
bit
the
ago, we
walls.
were talking about how in Minnesota, if I install on a customer's home, I
Protect the camps for the order.
think for a second, what would happen if I did that to every single one of their clients? You think they'd like that very much? Probably not, right? We'd be turning on revenue streams for those guys every single time we do it. And so they're legally obligated to work with us, but they're definitely not obligated to open up all these red zones at the time together for us, right? So going back to why this is important, urgency. And going back to why this is important, folks, this is also urgency. I mean, realistically, rates are going up. The only way you can decide to not have to suffer through those rates is to look at solar and decide what your rate is. I mean, that's pretty much it. Between you and the utility company, are you going to be the one that decides to be self-sufficient? Decide what your last raise is going to be as far as your expense? Or are you going to? Okay. Now, one other thing that I'll mention here real quick is the net metering policy. Net metering policy in Minnesota, really, really good. The net metering policies in Wisconsin and Iowa are pretty decent. Pretty decent. Here's the thing about net metering policies, though, folks, it typically gets worse over time. And the utility companies, as I just explained, help us love, especially if their policy is really, really good and incentivizes customers to get away from paying their prices and going to their own solar systems. They don't love that. And so
You
typically,
fools! They are destroying the camp! Stop
they all
them!
that money they're making, and they lobby from the utilities petitions. And that's what we're seeing right now, actually. That was very clearly demonstrated in California a few years ago. California used to be very similar to what Wisconsin is, or Iowa, I should say. Annual net excess for the most part. PG&E, you can think of them as the Excel of California. They lobby with California public utilities. They changed how net meters work. It used to be a pretty decent policy.
They've destroyed our camp!
To be more akin to what North and South Dakota are. So it's not a
Hurry,
deal breaker.
block those seize routes!
California, but now to make it work in California, you pretty much need to have batteries to make it work, and the same is true in North and South Dakota. And here's the thing, the reason why I'm bringing that up to you guys right now, just to summarize, that very thing is happening in Minnesota right now. Utility companies are doing what they can to get rid of the current policy. So typically when people get in on policy, they have to sign what's called an interconnection agreement. And again, just change those agreement by itself. worse? Not better. Okay, I realized I was a lot trying to speed it up a little bit, keep this on track. I'm going to go ahead and answer some questions now. On to our next topic. Go ahead, Brandon. First, Brandon, start.
Hi there, just real quickly. What would you say, if you have any experience yourself, what is the best way that we could try and sell to somebody in a red zone?
Yeah, no, I've got some experience there. So usually I just give them the same old pitch, but I just put a caveat in there so they know that unfortunately we don't think it's going to be qualified or not. See, with solar, you got three main qualifications. You got regular financial. First, you got to make economical sense for you and the family, and then if you're going to finance it, you got to qualify. Right, that's number one. Number two is the site survey. You got to make sure the roof is good quality. It's going to last a couple decades. You got to make sure the main panel is in code. Make sure there's no permitted structures. That's number two. Number three is if the utility will allow it. And we always make it very clear to our clientele, even when they sign a contract, that if for some reason the utility company does say no at the end of it all, we're not going to stick down with what they signed up for, right? Because if we can't deliver on a solar system that says it's going to do what it's going to do, obviously that's not going to take care of the client. So if the utility company denies, for whatever reason, don't cancel, right? No big deal. It's fine. Okay. Yep, that's pretty much it. Otherwise, it's about the same. All right, thank you. Works. Alan.
Hey, Evan. So far, I like your presentation. Like your question here, I know what Red 2 with this stuff technically. Would it seem like in the red zone that you could easily say, well, this is where you need the battery? I mean, why would the company, utility company say, no, you can't do this, you can't put a solar system in at all? I mean, that makes sense. Couldn't you just sell with a battery in the red zone?
You would think so. And I've asked that very same question. And I still kind of wonder why it's not possible, but the truth is, they can deny any such interconnection agreement, and batteries also need an interconnection agreement. Personally, I think they kind of just stonewall and don't go very hard. But that being said, for in project management, where I don't look these days, they can squeeze them through and I don't know exactly what variance it is that they're doing to make that happen, but sometimes they can.
Siege ramps have almost reached the walls!
Okay. Now, the other question I asked was about when the power goes off. Would you still be able to use your system that, even though it's connected to utility goes away, it will still generate back to your inverter, to your home, right?
Yes, except I believe in the systems that we do currently, at least as far as I've been told, that is not an option. Now, I'm not an electrical engineer, so I'll be the first to say that I may not understand the gamut right there. I know there are some ways where you can get into like the inverter can power parts of homes without it. Every time I ask management about it, or excuse me, every time I ask management about it, they told me it's easy and simple and say no battery, can't turn it on. So part of what you're hearing here, Alan,
No problem. Yeah, no problem. I mean, it may be that the inverter has some restrictions too. Like, if you
Yeah. Now, here's one thing I'll say to you, Alan. So, obviously, I want to encourage you to understand all that stuff inside and out. We have a guy named George Plum on the team, and he is our basically resident expert. Any questions that you would have more detail oriented and stuff like that, you definitely recommend towards him. Yes, I can. Of course. Interested? Yes. So, I'm trying to keep it that very short. My practice goals, how do you turn performers here using great to create more excitement and reduce pushback? Well, simply put, when it comes to net metering, try and keep it as simple as
You don't say siege ramps have reached the walls!
reason for knowing the details there is for when you can handle
Masons defend the courtyard!
specific areas. Otherwise, if it comes down to it, we're just simply explaining what the agreement is so that they know what it is, basically, right? Like, again, it's a really good tool for getting under the how does it work nomenclature objection or that concern. Because, again, in Minnesota, it's really not a big deal whatsoever. People are a lot of times concerned about getting snow off their roof. Again, it doesn't really matter. You know, that your policy, you just explain that way.
Yes, and as well as if you make knowledge on the tax aspect of solar, would that help in your
Do not let them take the courtyard!
I mean, exclusively for closers, I would say yes. Yes, it does. I mean, commercial is the only thing right now that we can offer that kind of tax incentive stuff for. Like, under the 30% tax credit, that is officially gone for residential homeowners, but we can utilize commercial tax credit for homeowners if they go for commercial program. And my last question, based on the video that we watched, you can describe the solar phenomenon to our potential clients as setters, right? Or as closers. As, well, what do you mean solar phenomenon? But like when we get into solar, you're really still being compensated for that, et cetera, et cetera. Right. Yeah, closers go into a lot of that. As setters, we can pretty sure this level. And in fact, you probably want to limit the amount of information you're giving them. As setters, you want to give them a reason to show up. That was my biggest thing you could see when I first joined the team. I was giving too much information. I would just try and sell them right then and there. I ended up knocking them off the phone most of the time. So the most of the incentive idea of giving the vague but also helpful information, and I would say if it's good quality, like everyone else likes to give you the information, if that sounds fair, if it's cool, no worries with that, you know, would that be fair? It's like they'll be like, okay, yeah, sure. And then exactly, they'll be quite nice.
The things that I learned at another company that I did almost, I this identical work just for a different product. Always work for it after the closer. So don't give them information. Number one, don't get spam.
I shall make it
No, I didn't say that. And what I was saying is just like when they come in super like detailed, with a super detailed question. That's a great question. That would be a great question during a closer.
But not about to answer their question. Yes, that's what I wanted to know. That's perfect. You basically want to describe the ideal. We're going to describe here. Second that video, we're going to watch you go through the process.
In the name of glory, God the heir to the throne!
And then we sort of reground it in what we can actually do. Now, what we can actually do, provide a design, you can look at exactly what those economics will be. Can we pay out the needs, what kind of incentives you qualify for, and what kind of finance you qualify for. And the thing is, until you do all that, nobody will be able to get these straight numbers. If anybody tries to do that without getting all that, and so we don't do that. We want to describe the ideal, make it like a market fill out, some things less or the same, maybe slightly more, but not slightly more, but be comparable at the end of the day. Save you from inflation. You can get a return on the money that you're spending every single month. But, and that's where the pullback comes in, called the pullback. That's where we are going to say it doesn't actually work out for everybody. Not do. Part of the reason we're having this phone call in the first place is so we can actually offer you that free design so that you can see for yourself and tell us it makes it more fun. The idea, not the numbers, nor setting up your work for the stores or to sell the actual product. You got it. That's exactly right. 2 steps further. Yes, sir. Good questions. Okay. You betcha. Earl. Just curious about how do they go about replacing their roofs once the panels are installed? How do they go about fixing their roofs if they need to replace their roofs and shingles? Yeah, 2 things on that. Number 1, probably want to do that before you get solar on it. Number 2, you have solar on it and then you need to replace the roof. That's actually we want to answer. You have to somebody take the solar off and put it back on. Or let you do it first. Gotcha. Yep. Go ahead, go.
Okay, can you read? Yep. Alright, yeah, so I actually live in Alaska, where it's cold like 9 months out of the year. Solar's pretty popular here. People even pay others to go clean their panels off during the winter because it's cheaper than paying the bills. So, I'm already sold on the whole solar thing. My big question was, it being a 1099, will they still do a W-2 tax thing, or are they just going to send you one slip at the end of the year for your 1099?
One 1099.
Okay, so we need to account for what they're going to take out of the tax bracket. You kind of say correct. Your own taxes.
Yeah, your taxes. Yeah, I would recommend if anybody's new to that game, maybe one of the
Any perfect thing is on. Yeah, I was realizing the other guy had brought up an interesting point I should ask at the other time, so I apologize for a second question. But is an EV possible in Red Zone? Yes.
In Red Zone.
Yes. So it's not. So I know I'm not an electrical engineer or anything crazy like that. So I'm not entirely sure how the whole system works or what function. But say if somebody wasn't able to get solar panels or a battery, could they still, like if they have an electric car, could they still get an EV charger?
I don't see a reason why they could, because that's pulling from the electricity, not necessarily giving it back. I think that would have a huge effect on it. I think where that really comes into play is as an add-on. I don't know if you sell just EV chargers. Like you can't then formula someone who's just looking at an EV charger, like $1,500 or $2,000 or something like that. It almost be more of a service department thing. Like our coders are focused on getting $10,000 to $100,000 deals closed, so they're only trying to sell solar or solar moving or solar battery. So even if you said, well, someone that just wanted to do EV in the first place, could they? I think they could. I just don't think they would go that far to say only for just an EV car charger. I think that's where they get stopped.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, I see a couple more questions. Let's rapid fire these and let's go move on to the next topic. Rapid fire. Sorry, I said that wrong. No, we gotta say your name.
Yes, it's pretty good. I just only have one question. Is there any way we can find out that why is happening?
The only way to know would be to look at the map. If their Excel file in Minnesota is actually an issue with all utility companies, but the only one that's been sued enough times for them to be ordered to release that map is Excel. No, we can't check any other utility company. Otherwise, we probably would. We can check across the board. We can check for Excel. We don't disqualify
We
those.
have saved Morix Air!
We'll still meet with them. Yep, you bet. Joshua. Our script, or do we have to stick to the script you got provided? Great question. You're going to need to follow the process of the script. There's a few things that you want to follow very, very closely, but if you're talking about putting things in your own words, that's fine. You can't reinvent the wheel as part of the process. You do ask that you follow the process. You're able to adjust the wording. Obviously, if you can say the same thing in your own words, that's going to come across as more powerful anyway. Follow the script verbatim. Sometimes that's a tendency to be robotic. You want to avoid that. Yeah, you bet, James. I was wondering how many people you have doing these certain positions and how many people are doing closing right now on this game. I think it's not been a while since I've actually counted. I think slightly less. And I just added a couple too, so maybe we're back above 50. So I would say 50 plus for closers, and on the setting team, we're definitely up above 300 points. Thanks. Gotcha. So, yeah. Last question. Chelsea? ahead and get back into it. What I have up on the screen is a 2-minute video of me going through the script. I have it pre-recorded, that way I don't forget anything here. Funny thing about this is the recorded requirement. So we're taking notes. Current credit score requirement is 620. I do say something slightly different. So that's the only inaccuracy. Everything else is exactly the same. Just know the credit score requirement is right now 620. This is going to be our first look at the script, folks, and we're going to be going over the script in more detail tomorrow. This is going to be a breakdown of the process itself, though, and then we're going to listen to a couple of setter phone calls today, and then I'll explain that 3-second video that we talked about here this morning, and then we'll bring us to a close. So let's go ahead and get started, and again, feel free to ask questions in chat. Here we go. And welcome, everybody. This is going to be a breakdown of the current regular script. Let's go ahead and get into it. So the first thing you're going to see up here at the top is the 13 steps to setting a meeting. Now when it comes to the script here, WRE, I don't need it to be verbatim. Okay, we're not really looking for verbatim. We definitely don't want to sound like robots, and definitely from my experience, what I've seen is that when people try to follow the script a little bit too closely or verbatim, it ends up sounding more robotic. And if you sound robotic, if you don't have good tonality when you're talking to your customers, you're not going to have quite the results. So simply put, when it comes to all of these rebuttals, when it comes to all of these intros, you can tweak it a little bit to fit your style a little bit better. We would just ask to memorize the point that you're trying to make, right? If you can say the same thing a little bit differently, it's a little bit more custom to you, a little bit more contextual to you, the conversation that you're having, that's fine. That's what we would actually recommend. Okay, when it comes to the objections and what you're trying to say, again, remember what you're trying to say,
I got my red dress
explain it in your own words. Okay, so let's start going through the process here. Number one is obviously going to be the intro, and you'll see up there it says intro, confused old man. Well, confused old man is coming from the confused old man technique from Jeremy Minor, and essentially that contains pattern interrupt. Now, what pattern interrupt is basically something that is breaking a typical pattern, and what we're trying to do in this case, we're looking to approach the phone call as somebody that is slightly confused, and our goal there is actually to generate curiosity from the client. Okay, now when we say, hey, is this John? Our goal there is to get the client to say, yeah, who's this? Right, that's the kind of the goal. And we're going to go back and say, hey, John, this is Dan over here at River Electric. We're calling together because of the recent price increase in power company. And we're just going to have a little bit of a different meeting today to open that issue regarding some of these new solar programs. Have you already received your free design? Do you need to benefit from solar? Okay, so that's the goal. We're looking to basically get that intro out, and 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a spokesman. You're going to get somebody that will say, yeah, we're not really. That is going to be the most common response you're going to get pretty much any of the time. Other responses that you might get would be, no, we haven't gotten the free design. Tell me about it. Right? Love those. We can definitely take those. The other thing that will happen, and this will happen to experts, that newbies are like, yeah, hung up on it. Right? They might even hang up on you in the middle of that phrase. They might wait till you're finished and then hang up on you. It's going to depend. It's going to be a numbers game. Any way you slice it. But I can bet that the majority of the time you're going to get, I'm not interested. And again, we call this a smoke screen. That's actually step number 2 is go ahead and receive the smoke screen. It happens so often that it's part of the process. So, when we do get a smoke screen, we become experts on getting through that smoke screen. So how do we do it? Well, step number 3 here says disarm, and then step number 4 is get to the objection. Now, it's important to note that not interested is not an objection. It's a smoke screen. It's a smoke screen of uncertainty. Chances are they have a real objection, but they have not given that to us yet. So our next priority at this point in the conversation is to uncover what that objection is. And we're going to start, though, with a disarm. And a disarm is essentially anytime you get some sort of quiet pushback, you want to affirm with them. You want to either agree in their direction, you want to apologize in their direction. It's really just going to take the pressure out of the room. Whatever it is that you do, that's the goal with the disarm. since I did happen to get you here today, Devin, what actually are your thoughts on solar? Right? And my tonality towards the end there is extremely curious, right? Because Carolyn's voice went up towards the end there. You know, what actually are your thoughts on solar, Devin? Genuine curiosity is the tonality that we're going for right there. And what our goal is to get to the injection. Now, it's very tempting. I hear this all the time from people that are newer, or even people that have been doing it for a long time and just learned how to do this a long time ago. People will ask, why aren't you in this? Now, if you never ask, especially right there, why are you not interested? Because that will be seen a lot of the time as kind of an attack. People don't really appreciate that question, and it actually raises guards more often than not. If you just spend the time to lower their guards when saying no problem, I don't want to ruin it by asking, but why? Right? So don't ask why right up here. I want you to ask a similar question. I'm going to ask as a what-based question. What actually are your thoughts on solar? Now, if they just told you that they were not interested, it's safe to assume that their thoughts on solar are the actual reasons why they might not be interested. Okay, so when we ask that, what actually are your thoughts on solar? A lot of the time, that's going to get you right to the objection. A lot of the time, that sounds like this. Oh, I don't really have a lot of thoughts on solar. I just know I wouldn't be able to support it. Oh, what did we find out just now? We just found out that our client has a main concern, and their main concern is that they wouldn't be able to afford it. Beautiful. So now we can click on the can't afford it objection handle, and we can actually start going through this. Now, I typically will recommend, whenever you get this, to see if they've gotten a quote first as of questions on the phone, because when you ask somebody a question, if they're going to give you time to think, not hang up on you. Well, generally asking a question is really good because if you get them to start thinking, right? If you just talk, it's going to sometimes just go right over the client's head, or it's going to go in one ear and out the other, and they're thinking about how they want to get off the phone. When you ask them a question, though, they are forced to take a moment and consider what you're actually saying. So I do typically like to say, especially when they give you this one, I can't afford it. Oh, okay, got it. Well, that makes sense. I see why you feel that way. Just curious, Devin, have you received any sort of quotes or designs at this point for property? Just see what they say. You would be very shocked, actually, to find out how many people say they can't afford it, but have never actually received a quote in the first place, which is great. I love it when that happens. Now, just to be clear, if somebody says they couldn't afford it, you could technically just go right down this can't respond. But I'd like to take time to clarify things with my client to ask questions, because it gives them an opportunity to speak, and it gives you an opportunity to give them a good listening to. You'll find that clients need to be heard. They need to feel like they're being heard a lot of the time before they will actually build enough trust to set an appointment with somebody. So giving them the opportunity to speak, to voice their concern, voice their situation, paramount for getting appointments set. Okay, listening. You want to listen more than you speak. Best case scenario. Now, if they have got the quote, if they say, yeah, we actually haven't actually gotten any quotes before, it just seems expensive. Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, I get where you're coming from, Devin. It actually has been pretty expensive in the past. You know, the funny thing, Devin, about these programs, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, you're kind of always paying for it. Like right now, with your current electric bill, you can actually just use what you would give into the power company every month to fund a lot of, if not the entire project, if it was all to work out for you. That being said, though, Devin, I gotta be upfront with you. I can't say for certain if the numbers are gonna work out for you. They don't always work out for everybody that you talk to. That's actually part of the reason that we're giving you a call, really, is just to do a free design for you so that we can see what those numbers look like, and more importantly, so that you can see what those numbers look like, so that you can actually consider if this would be a good opportunity for you. A free design, just to summarize, is going to tell you how many panels you would need based off of your current electrical consumption, how much electricity you used last year, the incentives that you might qualify for, and then we'll break that down into monthly payments, and really just take a look at the numbers and see if this might be worth your time. Would you be opposed to me just kind of put that information together for you? Now, I went through a couple of those steps. Let's go ahead and take a look at what I did. So obviously they hit an objection in this example. That objection was, I don't think I can afford it. I disarmed. Oh, okay, that makes perfect sense. I can see why you feel that way. Right, that's me affirming them again. I get it. I understand your situation. I'm glad you're concerned. I'd be more concerned if you weren't concerned, right? Like, that's the vibe that we want to give when we do a disarm. And then we're going to overcome the objection, right? We want to spin that in the right direction. And in this particular case here, how are we spinning this one? Well, the funny thing about that, Devin, is you're actually already paying for it, right? That's actually how we're spinning this in the right direction. They say they can't afford it, but the reality is they're paying for a lot of it every month. Currently, like right now, they are doing that because when you go solar, you are replacing a current utility bill. Okay, now you might be in a situation where you would replace your utility bill with a bill that is very comparable to what you're paying right now. It might only be $10 to $20 more. There's also a situation where it might be $50 more, $100 more, it might even be $200 more a month. But the truth is, you don't really know what those numbers look like until we do a design, right? That's exactly the point that I'm trying to make here. And it is definitely worth his time to check the numbers here to see if we can get him something comparable. Now, the long story short, and we should know this from Solar 101 already, you will save money with solar. It's a no-brainer. It makes sense. The part that is sometimes difficult is the upfront affordability, right? Now, there are definitely some zero-down options that are very appealing to people that want to get in on solar that don't necessarily have the money to do a large down payment or don't have the money to do all cash up front. You know, that being said, though, it's still going to depend on what kind of system you need, how many panels you need, your roof layout, and also what financing you even qualify for that will determine what your monthly payment would look like. Okay, so there's a little bit of legwork in regards to finding what that monthly payment is, but we do want to kind of paint a picture for them of what the optimal situation looks like. And what is the optimal situation? Well, best case scenario, we don't add much of an expense at all. We just replace his current utility bill that's going up every single year with a bill that we can fix with the duration of this term. That's the goal. And from what I have seen on the back end in the loan process, in the signing process, there are a lot of different avenues you can take, and there is a lot of flexibility with solar loans. And generally, if somebody is looking to go solar, there's only a good way to make it happen. Okay? And this is the sort of goal, the direction we're spinning this objection is we want to let them know that the reality is they're already paying for it. And the other reality, folks, again, we should remember this from Solar 101, they're going to be paying much more if they stay with the utility. Then, going back to the process here, as far as what I did after that, I did a fallback. That's the section where I said I need to be upfront with you. The numbers don't always shake out for everybody to talk to. Now, why would I do that? Why would I say we don't know if we can help you yet and you have to qualify? Well, the answer, team, is because you want to, number one, make it kind of exclusive, but then number two, it's also just true. It manages their expectations, right? Sometimes you will do a design and it simply doesn't map out and it looks like you're not going to be able to help them at all. So telling them that up front, if that is to happen, well, that kind of saves us from that outcome, right? We're managing their expectations a little bit. So if we go back to them and say, hey, it looks like the design is actually not that good, takes some time, then they won't feel so miffed. Now, on top of that, pullback also builds trust because we are not trying to sell them solar at all costs, right? We're trying to see if solar makes sense for them. We're trying to get them on the same side of the table so that we can examine the numbers together and determine together if these numbers actually make sense. Okay, it's not me versus client telling the client all the reasons they should do this. It's not that. It's me actually putting on the brakes and saying, hey, I'm glad that you're interested in doing this. I just gotta let you know, though, we might not be able. Okay, you do have to qualify for it. And on top of that, sometimes when you do a design, it looks like the numbers just won't shake out for everybody that we talk to. So I just wanted to let you know that we'll go ahead and do this green side for you, and you will help us determine if the numbers look good for you or not. Okay. Now that little underlined section towards the very bottom here would be opposed to me putting that information together for you. Folks, this is the offer right here. This is the offer. Okay, it's very important that your new people do this a lot where they will handle the objection and then just stay silent, which is definitely not what you want to do. You want to move on to the next step or put it back in the customer's court, right? As soon as you handle an objection and do a pullback, you want to get an offer out as soon as possible. the other thing I would recommend, by the way, when you're doing the offer, I would recommend making this a no-based question, meaning that the correct answer is no. Would you be opposed to putting that information together for you? No, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Right, that's the correct answer. If you say, would you be interested, you're going to get more people to say no to that, right? Because they might be convinced that solar could work for them, but they still might not be interested, right? So if you ask them at the end, would you be interested in seeing that, you're going to get a fair few people still say no to that. Now, you'll still get people declining the offer when you say it like this too, but in my experience, you'll get less people declining it here. Would you be opposed to me putting that information together for you? Now, whether they're interested or not, they might not be opposed. So it's kind of an easier way to just go ahead and get the offer out on the table. Now, if they say, yeah, I guess I can do that, that's fine. You are then going to go ahead and lock them into a time, and then you get to go ahead and qualify. Now, one thing I want to be clear about before I go too much further, these here are the qualifying questions. You can, in fact, ask these throughout the call if you would like. Some people think it makes more sense to find out if they are a homeowner early in the call, so that way they are not wasting their time on the phone with somebody that doesn't even qualify. And that's completely fair. If you want to find out early if they're a homeowner or if they have a 650 credit score, that is perfectly fine. That is perfectly fine. Back when I was setting the majority of the time, I did the qualifying questions at the very end. That's just how I like to do it. But to each their own. I think there's definitely more than one way to go about it. That being said, once you actually get them interested, they say, yeah, sure, I can take a look at the design. I think that'd be fine. You say, okay, great. So, Devin, we definitely don't want to waste your time here, so I can actually help you get a couple of these qualifying questions out of the way to actually make sure that this is actually something that's going to be possible for you. Real quick though, Devin, are you familiar with Google Meet or Zoom or anything like that? If the answer is yes, which would be a good majority of the folks, you say, okay, great. So that's typically how I like to go over the numbers with you, just so that you can actually see what the design looks like, and you can actually make real-time adjustments with one of our specialists. If they are not familiar with Google Meet, which you'll encounter sometimes, especially with older folks, you'll say, oh, okay, no problem at all. It's actually super easy. I'm going to be sending you an email here in just a minute, and once the meeting time comes, all you got to do is click on the link that's sent you, and it'll put you right in the call. Now, sometimes you'll get somebody that really doesn't want to do a virtual meeting, and if that's the case, that's okay. You can do a phone call. They just have to have an email. Okay? We'll still send them an invite, but if they prefer to do a phone call, that's fine. We'll work with them on that. Then you're going to move on and say, okay, it takes some time for us to put this design together, Devin, but would you have time on either this day or this day for a 30-minute Google Meet to go over the numbers with one of our specialists? Now, notice there, you're not asking them when would they be available for that, because if you do that, they'll say, oh, call me at the end of this month, call me, towards the end of next month, call me in 3 months. I don't really want that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to filter them into the times that I have available, this day or that day or that day. And then you're going to offer them a time as well. You're going to say, do you prefer mornings or afternoons? Afternoons, okay, beautiful. Do you prefer 2 or 4? Right? You're just going to filter them into the times that you have available. Obviously, if they don't have anything available, they will tell you, and if they need to push it out, that's fine. You can set a follow-up and schedule it for later. That's okay. But ideally, we want them within the next 4 days. That's the best case scenario. Again, in case it's not been clear, the consultations are 30 minutes to 60 minutes. 30 minutes to 60 minutes. Okay, sometimes they can go longer, but it's a little bit more rare. Now, then we're going to get into the qualifying questions. Simply put, we're going to ask and make sure that they are a homeowner. Are you the only homeowner on title? A lot of the time it's good, it's smart to go ahead and double down on that question. Hey, is your spouse on title with you as well? Is another way to ask this, because this is a really good opportunity right here. See if you can make it a two-factor. And if you're not familiar with that term, that just means both decision makers at the point, that's husband and wife. Obviously, if you have just a husband or just a wife, at the end of the conversation, 9 times out of 10, they will need to talk to their spouse. So if you get under that and get the spouse there, that's definitely recommended. So asking this a second time is definitely not a waste. Are there any other homeowners, like your spouse or anything like that? Oh, your spouse is on title with you. Oh, okay, good. Glad I asked. Hey, just curious though, that time at Tuesday at 4 o'clock, does that work for your wife as well? Would you like me to send her another invite, or you guys plan on just being on the same screen? Right, so I'm just kind of assuming the sale right there, assuming that the wife is going to want to attend. I don't let the client tell me otherwise. A lot of the time they'll just go with it and say, oh yeah, that should be fine. Right, that's pretty typical, and that's the best case scenario. That's what you want. They might also say, oh, well. We do not work on mobile home parks, mobile homes that are in a mobile home park. We do not do townhomes. We do businesses, those are okay, and duplexes and apartment buildings are okay, but you must be talking to the owner of the units. Okay. Confirm the client's email address. Make sure it is correct. Do not skip this step, even if it looks like you have their email on file. Confirm it, confirm it, confirm it. Do not assume that anything you call false is correct. Okay, even if it's beautifully correct, that's great, but don't ever assume. A lot of the time it's wrong. Okay, phone number. You're going to confirm their phone number, which should be pretty easy because you're calling and talking to them on it. You just say, hey, is this a good phone number to reach you typically? Okay, is your credit score 650 or higher? We're not asking what is your credit score, we're just asking is it 650 or higher. Okay, you can even ask is yours or your spouse's credit score 650 or higher. That's acceptable as well. Okay, so you can ask them if they get their bill online or in the mail. The truth is we don't necessarily care which one it is because either way, we're going to ask them to send a copy of that to the text message that we're going to be sending them. Now, quick time out, the text message that you're going to be sending them is actually automatic. Just want to make that clear up front. Once you book an appointment through call tools, the specialist is going to send them a group text and automatically within 5 minutes of booking the appointment, they're going to receive the text thanking them for booking it, sort of introducing themselves and then reminding them that they'd like a copy of that utility bill. We like the setters to remind them that we would like a copy of the utility bill upfront as well. Then you're going to confirm the address. At this stage, best practice is to pull open their address in Google Maps and describe it to the client and make sure you can find it. If you cannot find it, then you should be very glad that you did it because if you can't find it, chances are the closer can't find it. So while you're there on the phone with the client, tell them, hey, how come I can't find your house in Google Maps? Do I have something wrong here? Let's confirm the address one more time. Right. It's definitely a good practice. Make sure you can find the house, and then when you do, say, oh, okay, great. So this looks like you have 2 red wood and a red roof. Is that correct? Okay, beautiful. Okay, that way you can ensure that you have the right house. Then you're going to confirm the utility provider. If they don't know who the utility provider is, we do have some maps and resource documents where you can go ahead and punch in their address and then find their utility provider. So we need to know this up front. The average utility bill amount as well, we do need to know. And then we, if it is below $60 per month, we probably have this. So there's no point in setting that. Okay? Now that is the process in a nutshell using the I can't afford it objection. I'll be making another video. Okay, so we're actually immediately going to go ahead and pivot here. So that's the process in a nutshell. First of all, we're not done looking at the script. We're going to look at it quite a bit more. So we can look at all those examples on the left-hand side there. If you haven't already gotten a copy of that script, by the way, once again, just let you guys know, I'm putting that in the chat for you again. Feel free to go ahead and grab that. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty straightforward, right? Nothing too crazy there. We'll look at some of the other examples tomorrow. But for today, let me pull this up. We're going to go ahead and listen to a setter call. We got to listen to a closer do his magic today. We didn't get a chance to listen to any set phone appointments yet. We'll go ahead and listen to one of those. Maybe we've got time for 2. We'll see. Depends on how fast we get through this. Let's go ahead and listen to this, and then we'll talk about that video after. Maybe we'll listen to 2 minutes. Let's give this a shot, though. Here we go. This is Lander. This is a call from Lander. You guys will be familiar with Lander. He's been here for a really long time. He's pretty darn good. Here we go. Is Travis available? I can help you. Yeah, my name's Lander, and I was calling from Wolf River Electric over in Isaiah. Alright. I don't know. Okay. I was just calling to ask if you had considered solar at all. I have not. Energy costs. Okay, perfect. Would you have any time in the next couple of days or early next week just to look at a free design and see if it might be able to help you out? How do you guys do that? We just plan a little video call on Google Meet. It takes about half an hour, and we just have a little design ready to show you to see if it could help you out or not. Because sometimes it's better to just stay with the power company. What do they normally run? It's hard to say exactly, but with the new program, we can kind of make cost or install cost of any kind. It's kind of a new program that's out. Have you heard about that at all? Have not. Okay, so two things. Not every house is really a good fit for solar just in general. And then on top of that, not everybody qualifies to do that bill switch where you take, the power or the money from the power company and just switch over. So what we do is we have a little free video call to basically determine those two things and for you to see if the numbers even make sense or not.
Are you guys doing like like neighborhoods around this area, or how are you guys doing it? Like, was that a state out of a hat? How does that work?
Good question. So we're based over in Isanti, Minnesota, and today I'm just calling homeowners in Minnesota just to offer this free design, just so we can see, who would benefit from it or not. Because like I said, until we make that design, we're not really sure if we could help.
Right. Yeah, because I don't know. I mean, it's something I consider. It's just, I guess I've never thought about it.
Totally makes sense, and that's kind of why we're out here, because a lot of people don't know a bunch about solar. And, I wish it was just a one-size-fits-all where we could just tell you, oh yeah, solar is great for you, guaranteed. It's just not the case, so that's why we do this little overview just to kind of take a look. But that process is completely free without any obligation. It's just a way for you to kind of get the information to see if it's something, for you to consider or not.
It has to be a live day because I'm usually pretty busy. I don't really have time set apart for like a 30 minute bit. Typically, unless it's a weekend, maybe I can maybe possibly do it, but during the week,
I hear that. How would you feel about? I did notice that I have a Thursday at 7 p.m. still left available, and we kind of have some of those later times to help accommodate for people's schedules. Where Thursday at 7 p.m.
I'll be at work. I'll be at work at 7 p.m. or whatever it is.
Okay. And do you start like early in the morning as well?
I'm doing two jobs, so I'm kind of in and out. I work like full time at night and part time during the day. So it's hard to like, that manufacturing, like stuff usually comes done. You fit something in, unless, like I said, weekends are a little easier, but I know it's a lot of people still want weekends, so it's pretty difficult to do.
We actually do run meetings on weekends. As of right now, I'm not seeing a whole lot of availability. But would you mind if I
search Dom Whitting
on a free poll?
in what,
I'll
YouTube?
double check with my manager to see if I can get you in for this Saturday.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, yeah, just give me 1 second.
I'm the highest in the room. Hope I make it out of here.
How do you spell it?
Whitney. Hey Travis, you still there? Yeah. Yep. Hey, so I just checked with my manager, and I think that I could actually get you in this Saturday or Sunday. I'm just not 100% sure on the exact time.
That's fine. I mean, I'm usually pretty available if you guys call.
Okay, so if you don't mind, I'll just ask you these little qualifying questions that we ask everybody just to kind of make sure we're not wasting any time on either side. And then as soon as I get that time locked down, I'll send you a little email and text kind of confirming that. And if for some reason it's not the perfect time, we can always reschedule if need be. Would that work for you?
Do you guys have like my house isn't terribly big, so I mean, as far as you guys having a model or you guys up or however you guys do it, how do you guys go about it?
Alright then, people, welcome to Drum and Bass on the Bike, Barcelona
Rides
2023.
bikes while playing a mix? That's fucking insane.
A 12-month graph from your electric bill, and then we take 10 years of weather patterns into account as well when we come up with the design. But we're able to do basically a rough design just using satellite imagery and such. And then, of course, down the road, if it's something that you actually end up wanting to go for, we would do what's called a site survey.
He has the whole city ride with him. That's fucking so cool.
But this is just kind of a way to take a look, just to see if it's even a good location or not.
I bet that bike's heavy as fuck.
Based on whether or not you think it's a good idea.
You're right.
So yeah, if this Saturday or Sunday would work for you, I will just ask you a few quick questions right now, and then if you don't mind, in the next, half an hour or so, I will send you a little text email kind of confirming the exact time. Okay. So just a few simple questions. I had you come up as Travis Alex, is that correct?
Sure. Hell yeah, the ones holding the speakers. Wait. There's other bikes that hold the speakers.
That ends in 3723, a good place to text.
I thought his bike was the one holding the speakers.
Okay, and have you ever used Google Meet or Zoom or Microsoft Teams for a video call?
Oh, I think probably we have in the past.
Okay.
For interviews or whatever, but yeah.
Okay, perfect. We use Google Meet just because it's a little bit more versatile and you don't have to download any program, but it should work on any device that you choose. So for that little Google Meet link, what would be your
behind him in the yellow. Where's those damn speakers? Are they on the back of the bike? Are you talking about that yellow in the way back, those big ass fucking speakers?
I just want to make sure it's not full or invalid.
That's fucking
I've
crazy.
got it 1320 9th Street Northeast in Rochester. Okay, and what's
That's
your,
insane. How do they get the fucking cords to not get ran over? I'm trying to see if they have like cordage in the crowd. I don't see it.
Okay, and would you say that's just electricity or including like gas and water as well?
Well, water's in there too, not gas. No gas in the prison.
Okay, so maybe more like 180 for the
If you can, guys, please give the speaker guys some space.
Oh,
Come through.
I didn't think it was that good. Bro, this meeting is taking forever.
180, and then at some point later today or tomorrow, if you could actually look at one of your electric bills, there's a 12-month usage graph on there that shows exactly how much you use over the year. If you could just text over or a screenshot of that, that would be great, just with the accuracy of the numbers. Sure. Okay. Just two more questions for you, then we'll be all set up.
Yeah, dude, I remember watching him when he was just him. And he had like 10 people following him. It was crazy
How's
to see
everyone
him
that's watching
there.
us back on
I bet.
YouTube?
I bet he's fucking wealthy too. I mean, 300,000 followers on your YouTube. How many views?
Oh yeah, makes sense. Perfect.
1 million views. 100. Yeah, that motherfucker don't gotta work no more.
Always, if you are just joining us, please be sure to give the stream a quick like and a share. For those that don't know, I will be returning to Barcelona next month for a special birthday club show.
That's a 2-year-old video too. Triple paid. Oh shit.
Your address on Google Maps just to make sure. So yeah, it looks like
Yeah, I don't know how that works. How does that work? Do you continually get paid through YouTube every month? Or do you just get one-time payments every time the video gets up there?
Yeah.
He's getting people from YouTube, from sponsors, and from his label. Depends on how much you make.
Possibly. I mean, there's a side of the front tree. I wouldn't mind if we could do this.
Yo, what up, bud?
I wouldn't mind taking some of that off. It's kind of weird on the show.
I'm in a meeting right now, and Doses is showing me this fucking cool ass DJ that rides a bike in his city, follows him around while they're riding DJs. I think it's pretty cool.
I would Twitch for it more so than removal, but
fair enough. Yeah, and luckily you're not.
This meeting is taking forever, bro. Oh shit, but on a free streak, baby.
When it gets above noon or whatever, we kind of shade the road back there. It's some morning, it gets a little bit of time.
I'm in a meeting with 108 people.
It depends, but yeah, I mean, the front of the house has sun right now.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's good. I just made a note of that to the specialist so they can kind of see that. And then, yeah, and just to confirm that email was T as in Travis, last name 30.
I'm just going to sleep, bro. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon here. You're talking about going to
Once again,
sleep.
guys, if you could give everybody that's got a speaker a
Mr.
little bit of room.
Businessman, you know it. Hopefully I
We
can
also
start
have a
making
very
some
big
money
speaker up
from
the
this
front, so if
damn
anybody wants to come in front, feel free, because we've got more sound there.
Other than that, do you have any
We also have sound at the back, so please give them some extra room so they can get through.
I think I actually went over that.
Let me
If you don't mind doing that, I was going down something real quick because people are doing it. And, you know, I don't know how they're doing it. They're going to companies.
Massive shout out to Oliver, you may remember him from 2022. What an absolute little legend.
It's becoming more of a thing, definitely as time goes on, you know, and like I said, it's great for some houses and not great for others. So, you know, just take a look at the numbers.
Like every day I go on stream, that's still come in earlier. I started streaming at 1:30. 1:30 my time. For you it might be 5, for me it's almost midnight. That's insane. Insane.
It's not nearly the most shaded I see, and it's, you know, obviously not the clearest, but definitely worth at least taking a look to see, you know, whether or not the numbers make sense.
Minnesota, Wisconsin, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Iowa. I've been playing ABI before, etc.
I just like to not give any incorrect information out. So especially if you can get us that little graph, they'll be able to tell you all.
I want to play ABI, it's just I'm so fucking stressed I can't play that game. I'm too fast paced right now. Like I feel like I have electric going through my fucking body.
That's the only reason you should.
Like if I'm relaxed and chill and just hanging out, I can play ABI. So I can do my tactical fucking walkthroughs and shit. But
that's a good line right there. You guys see how he's not doing high pressure sales right there? Very consultative. He's basically saying if it's not economical, you probably shouldn't do it. And that's the vibe that we're giving folks. Again, it's the client on the same side of the table as us. And that concept is not something that we made up, by the way.
Joseph, what state did you say you were in? Are you in Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Iowa?
It's a good book though, and it's a lot about that concept, same side selling.
Smoke some skunk and you won't be stressed? That's a lie.
You want to know the truth? I don't know if you should do this yet. Here's how it would work if it worked out perfectly for you. But again,
I don't like smoking the kind that makes me go to sleep.
Process to do a design, see if it's economical
Just
for you
saying.
and your family. And I'll tell you what, if it is economical for you and the family, probably get it pretty clear the specialist. Now we've got a little bit of time left. I think we'll go ahead and squeeze in one more. One moment, folks. Did I close it? Oh yeah, okay. One more. This is a shorter call. It's not quite as long. This is a gentleman named Patrick. Also still with us. Also with us for a really long time. He does a really good job.
Shouts to also the little Cocker Spaniel dog.
Difference in, you know, voice and tonality.
Fantastic to see so many familiar faces.
And then we'll be wrapping up the day shortly after this.
Humans and animals.
Hey, is this Mr. Aaron? Yeah, this is. Hey, Aaron, this is just
Utah shit.
River Electric. We spoke a couple weeks back.
Maybe we'll get it. Maybe we'll get the permit for Utah. Because my girl's got family out in Utah, and I'd like to do it to her too.
Really just checking back in with you. We're still
Help you out a little bit, brother.
free solar design in your home. You know, would you be opposed to let me set that up for you, man? You know, I really just don't know. I don't know if that's something that we would do, to be honest with you, out here in Minnesota. It's not the most ideal.
Barcelona, make some noise!
It's weird hearing these northern accents. Living in the South, you don't get to hear people from the up north talk all the time.
Well, in Minnesota, a lot of it, the bulk of it has to do with how well Minnesota pays for solar production. They're actually one of the 3 states left in the whole country that pays what's called true net metering.
So do a little mix if you know what I mean.
Next door, you know, let's say in Iowa or something like that.
No, I don't know what you fucking mean. I'm not a degenerate anymore, Bun. Thank you very much. I am a respectable human being in the adult society. I pay bills.
So you don't need as many panels as you would.
I have car insurance.
Like a wall battery or something.
Yeah, I'll be your Utah Connect. Hell yeah, bro. That'd be fucking sick.
During overcast past cloudy days. Even so. But I mean, at the end of the day, Mr. Aaron, we're based out of Isanti. You know, we do probably 40% of the installs here, so we're pretty good at making these designs essentially to eliminate that electric bill that you got. And it might not work for your house. I will say that. You know, it does not work for every home out there.
I'm catching that wrong. Hit my fucking bone with my finger.
But if you do, and if it doesn't work, you save a lot of money. You know, there's no upfront cost to do it either. So it's definitely worth knowing about one way or the other. And that's all this is. You know, just a consultation and an update. Get you updated on the industry. Make sure you understand.
Which I really don't know anybody in freaking Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, North Dakota, or South Dakota. What do you need for sure, bud? Bun, what you need to do is fucking play Chivalry 2, bro. You'll have so much more fun than fucking ABI. ABI is nothing but depression.
You know, that doesn't seem too crazy to me, I guess. Two things will happen by joining us. Either you're going to save a ton of money or you're going to leave a little bit more educated on the subject. So it doesn't hurt to listen one way or the other. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Aaron, what I would do to get you set up for that, I'd run through a couple of quick questions, just kind of verify spelling, a couple qualifying questions as well.
Do you hear the meeting?
And then I can pull the calendar up for next week, and you can pick a time that would work best for you and join the consultant and let them have that design ready for you the next time we talk instead of, you know, me calling you next week just to set you back up for
Always a massive turnout in Barcelona. What an absolute turnout. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that sucks is my schedule is hard for me to know, because I'm in sales too.
From front to back, Barcelona makes some
noise. I don't really know, like, appointment, how it's going to shake out, but we can definitely check it out.
If you're in sales, you should have nothing but an organized schedule, especially if you're taking meetings. That guy's fucking tripping. What are you talking about right now? Gotta stop up, stream, hop in Discord when you're done with your meeting. 10-4, brother. I will be there. Appreciate you stopping by, Dustin.
I'll figure it out. I just, I've got it. Center point your gas. Yeah, you're right. Hold on, I've got a map.
Someday they'll make another game and you won't get to play Chivalry 2 with us. Hopefully they'll make a third one so we can play that.
And this you may not be
We're on the verge of like a new awakening of video games. There's a wave of video games that need to come out that haven't come out yet, and I think in the next couple of years we're about to have some really good games come out. My fucking neck, bro. I slept wrong and I can't turn my neck that way.
Yeah. And what's a good email address to send that joint link to? That's A.A. Crosby, C-R-O-S-B-Y.
Oh, that shit hurts. It makes me want to cry.
Okay, perfect. And Mr. Aaron is a single family home. It's not like a duplex or a condo or anything like that. Okay, that's fair. Okay, and are you the only homeowner or you and your wife? No, me and my wife. Do you think she'd be able to join you? We'd really like to have her there as well.
I bought Arc Raiders because you mentioned something, but I see you don't play it. Fuck that game! That game got so old. No one plays Arc Raiders anymore. There's one person I know that plays Arc Raiders. Two, because of you.
That's what I'm looking on Facebook. If you are just joining us,
I'm,
give a stream a quick
what am
like
I?
and
A
share.
hipster. Right?
Once
I
again, guys, more
don't
sound up the front.
follow trends. I make trends.
It's going to be
Sorry
quite
about
tight
your
until
luck.
we get onto the main road.
But you should not have bought that game. Do you even play it?
Let's see, today is Thursday the 15th. I do have something, I do have a 6 p.m. available on Tuesday. So Tuesday the 20th, coming up at 6 p.m.
Bun, you bought Arc Raiders, but do you play it?
Looks like I've got a 6 on Thursday as well, and then Friday I've got a lot more on. What did you say for Tuesday? 6? Is that the only time that you guys got? I've got a 5:30 or a 6 p.m. 6 is the latest on Tuesday. It's also the latest on Wednesday and Thursday, but if you wait till Friday, the 23rd, I can go as late as 8 p.m. We could go for maybe Tuesday at 5:30 if you could pull it, because we do gotta get kids to court, I suppose. So that's not our schedule now.
I played for 2 hours? Bud, what are you doing, bro?
I got it.
You can fucking get your money back.
Just make sure that everything is done here.
How do you get your money back? Did you buy it on Steam?
Yeah. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure I was looking at the right house. Alright. We are waiting on confirmation any second, and...
Oh, man. My ear's still itchy from my freaking sinus infection.
There we go. Alright, we're good to go. So 5:30 on Tuesday, what you'll do, Mr. Aaron, whenever you sit down with Miss Kate, grab your laptop, open up the email that you should have just got, click on, or your computer, whatever you're on, or your cell phone, you can do it on there too, but you'll click on the Meet link that'll be in that email. It's going to say something along the lines of
Going to bed, I'll see you later, have a nice evening, and have fun, you little bit. Man, fuck you. I hope you have nightmares, and I hope the spectral ghost demons come and fuck with you while you're sleeping. How about that, motherfucker? I'm just kidding. I hope you have dreams of gumdrops and fairy tales and clouds. Cause I love you, bud. As much as you hate me, brother, I love you.
Years worth of electricity usage, be it kilowatt hours for each club, and you take a picture of that, and shoot it to text, and Mr. Jimmy will pull that data off and plug it into the software so that we design the system around your usage. And but that's it. That's the whole thing. And then,
Bud, I love you so much. Tell your girlfriend I'm coming for you, and I'm gonna put a ring on it, and I'm gonna bring your ass to America, and you can be an American. How about that? It would be homosexuals.
other than that, you're good to go, man. Okay, that sounds good, man. We'll check it out for sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Aaron. Any other questions? No, I'm good to go. I'm good to think if we think of anything, we'll write it down. There you go. We'll see you then, man. Thank you so much for showing up to
all the Critical Mass Barcelona crew.
Haha, I would definitely have to eat some mushrooms. Bro, I'll treat you right. We got wigs. We'll pretend like you're a Russian mail-order bride. I'm just fucking with you, bro.
Right? Definitely worth your time. He started right off with an objection, right? I just don't think it's going to make a lot of sense up here in Minnesota. And that just happens to be an objection that we were learning about today, right? It doesn't really matter. You might think that it might not
You wouldn't have to eat mushrooms, bud. You'd have Don Perignon, fancy wines, and cheese, steak. Oh no, fucking Nightbot. I could do this all day. Do what all day?
and review some of that stuff. And then we take a night quiz. Then we're gonna meet
Message on
Diane,
Facebook out to
your go-to
Darren and to
helper,
Pete.
once you and all the team. And then tomorrow, after we do those two things, we're gonna be
Shouts to
watching
Mark and
live
Genus.
calling. May very well be Patrick. It might actually be Lander. Not sure who's gonna do it this week. But
That's a shout to everyone in Barcelona. Make some
so you guys can see it and start making some calls. So you guys can actually see how that process goes, and then obviously we answer other questions after that.
Of course, why not? You're crazy, man. You need to take your ass to bed.
To the next thing, I will take some questions here if there are any. But real quick, before I do that, make sure we have time to talk about this introduction video. So I mentioned this at the very beginning of the day.
This meeting is gonna be the end of it, bro.
Now, this is nothing crazy, first of all, and it's 30 seconds to be clear. I think somebody said 30-minute video in the chat. I'm like, whoa, that's definitely not it. Don't worry, it's only 30 seconds. We don't want you to be spending tons and tons of time on this video here. It's very simple. So this form, I'm gonna be sending it to you guys right now.
I need to turn. I turned it off. I guess the timer went off. It's back.
What's your name?
Nightbot is back on the fucking prowl, bro.
That's a shout to Ivan. What a legend.
Okay, there it is right there in the chat, folks. Feel free to go ahead and open that up. You can grab it and walk through it. I heard a hand come up. I'll answer that in a moment. First of all, it's going to ask you a couple of questions. Number one, your name. It's going to ask you your name. Then it's going to ask you 3 basic questions. Is your goal to be a closer? Yes or no? How many times have you taken this course? If more than once. Might be 1 or 2 of you out there. And then lastly,
Okay, kisses. See you then in the US. Bet.
Now, the introduction video.
Come to Atlanta Airport.
Either here, or you're gonna share the link with me. It depends on how you go about it.
And don't mind the ghetto mess.
And if you forget the instructions, they're on this form, so it's all good. Go ahead and go through it real quick. It says up here at the top, please record a video of yourself, no longer than 30 seconds. You can record it in any way that's easy for you. You can do it on your phone, you can do it on a loop, you can do it on OBS, you can make a YouTube video, pretty much any number of things. There's a lot of different ways to make a YouTube video.
Good night, bud. Appreciate you stopping by, bro. Have a good night, for real.
However you want to go about it. So if you want my recommendation, if you're like, I don't know how to do a video, just do it right there on your phone and then upload it. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Okay, or boom. Boom's very easy to do. Now, when you are ready to go and upload it, again, there's a file upload button right here. Put it right into this form and then submit it. Or if you don't have a file to upload, if you have like a Google link to share with me, or a Google link or something like that, you can share the link with me instead. Either or, you don't have to do both. You can answer those 3 questions.
If I have time, I'll drop by. Appreciate it, man. I really do. I know it's tough, especially when you're working with your hands, bro. You can't just have your phone out on and shit. Means a lot that you even stop by at all. For real, for real. Even though you're only doing it now to get your money's worth out of your free sub.
Is it for money? Is it to invest in your own business? Think deep about why you want to find success here, if that's what Greg wants to know. And then lastly, it's why you would be a good fit for this role. Now, folks, this video is your first impression.
Good night. See you soon, brother. Good night, bro. Take it easy. And thank you. I appreciate you for real. You coming by and stopping in my chat is a highlight of my day, bud. I appreciate you, man. Have a good night.
I would speak with confidence. I would speak with clarity. I would speak clearly. I would not film a video in a messy room with an unmade bed, and I would be talking, and I would not be talking quickly enough. Okay? So again, this is your first impression to the big boss of the team. So I would take this seriously. It's only 30 seconds. Don't overthink it. Don't stress yourself out about it. Something is definitely better than nothing, but this is your first impression to the big boss. Okay? And if you forget anything that I just said, first of all, it is all located up here at the top of this form. And if you're wondering where this is, I just stuck it right in the chat for you guys of this meeting. I recommend everybody goes in there, grabs it now. Okay, if there's any questions on this or anything else I just said or anything else that we've covered today, I will now take some questions if there are any. I'm here for another 10 minutes or so, if there are any. What's the last question to the answer? Oh, well, you know what? The last question is, why do you feel like you need to fit this role? And if you forget, all good, it's right here for you. many you did. Ideally tonight. Ideally tonight, please, if you can. If you can, then we're gonna have to do it tomorrow. Before we get going.
That's everyone looking on Facebook. If you're just joining us, do be sure to give a stream a quick like and a share.
Right when we're in the middle of it.
This is Drum and Bass on the Bike, Barcelona 2023.
So, quick question about the videos and moving forward. So there's like 100 something of us left here. So is there only a certain amount of slots available for being hired?
Once again, Barcelona, make some noise for yourself.
We should have space for everybody. You used to have a problem Comcast, but we've recently changed a lot of things. We really shouldn't have that issue.
Okay, I just didn't know if there was like certain things that would limit the availability, but thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. For the video, where will we send it to? Is there a link?
Yeah, the link is in the chat. This thing that I'm sharing, this is where you put it in. You had it right here.
Okay, so I'm going to add it because I copied the form, so on the sheet, I'm going to upload the video there.
Yeah, if you copy this form and you have that link, just open it up, answer the questions, upload into that.
So upload in the link. Okay, I have another question that I want clarity for the site. What are there any particular states that are in the rating?
States, there's no any one state that is.
There's no any one state in the trace of quantum property. Or what?
It's based on most of the utility company and the saturation of
the utility company
in the area. Yeah,
okay. The utility company in the area. Okay, got it.
Holy shit, look at all those people.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. What is the company's policy as far as, like, if somebody were not able to come in to work for, say, 1 or 2 days because they are out for surgery or, you know, something like that? What's that?
You can come back anytime. Your fee would be deactivated if they get back. But that's all that happens.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, it's not really a big deal for us. We began as 1099 commission only, right? So very clearly put, if you're not working in those time frames, you won't get paid for those time frames. But that's no skin off anybody's bones as long as it's planned and you guys are good with that. So you can come back and, you know, start earning commissions anytime you're available.
Okay, and then if I were to, like, go out on, like, vacation and took my laptop with me, as long as I'm still inside, is that fine?
Yeah, good. You want it?
Okay, and then, does anybody else have any issues with the video today? Because I got kicked off, like, 5 or 6 times today, and I am running at 500 megs per second with a brand new laptop. Okay, somebody else was saying, yeah, there was other people that got kicked off too, it looks like. Okay, so MacBook.
Go ahead.
MacBooks tend to work better than laptops.
Couldn't really say.
Because I have a MacBook Mini Mac, it's a desktop technically.
As far as I know, they were the same. I mean, it's honestly a different operating system, but I haven't had anybody tell me specifically that there's a big difference between the two.
Okay. Okay, awesome. Yeah, it was really weird.
Yeah, sounds like it. I don't know. Hard to say.
Hi, I was just gonna ask that question about taking vacation. So if we were supposed to, or we have a vacation scheduled, are we supposed to report that to you guys, or we just take off and not like anything while we're on vacation?
You can. I mean, at centers, it's not a big deal. At closers, probably a little bit because, you know, you want to block out your calendar. Big deal.
Good boy.
this email? No, don't play this reply to the email. You need to upload it into the link here. It's,
As always, total craziness.
Right, I got that part. You're looking now at the bottom of the chat. That's where I posted this now. It's fresh. It's good. You can go ahead and grab now. You know where the chat is, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's the latest thing I just posted in there. Should be
Don't you remember being younger and having our parents say the music we like sounded like crap?
Yeah, no worries. Okay.
This is different.
So,
Now
now we're the old people who think the younger generation's music sounds like shit.
Because I'm older.
Yeah, I got you.
Was better.
Yes, I'm just had a quick question. Like, you just said the time of operation is 8 to 9 Central Time, or like what time zone? Central. Yeah, that's it. All Central Time. Okay, got it. Appreciate it. Yep. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, let's try it again.
Good way.
I forgot how to pronounce it. I'm sorry. You're next, though. Go ahead. Can you try to go up? I'm sorry.
Wait, okay, sorry. Can we do out of state? Can we do this job out of state? Let's say if we went out of state for vacation.
Yeah, out of state. That's no problem.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah, I just have a quick personal question. I talked to a recruiter about this. He said we need to discuss this with you. On Wednesday, I have a doctor's appointment and may interfere with the orientation time. Would that be a problem?
We can set you up a little bit later. You'll probably miss an opportunity to get set up correctly, but I mean, we can get you your Slack account and code 3 login. That's the main focus of orientation, so not a big deal.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Cassandra.
Yeah, I was just wondering, can I record the video in the morning? I thought she's got a hospital this morning. So,
make sure it's done before midday tomorrow. If like anything past 1 or 2.
Even before class starts at noon.
That's fine then.
Okay, alright, thank you.
You bet. Okay, yeah.
Alright, and just to be clear, so to get paid for next week, you got 13 hours of work time and 1 minute for this week?
15. I don't know what 13 is from 15.
13. Alright, thank you.
No worries. Very good. So I see we're down at 99. How many videos you think you have? How many videos out of this particular group? Yeah. 95, maybe 100. We had 117 this morning. I think 2 people decided it wasn't for them, which is fine. So I'm gonna say, well, yeah, I don't think it's for him, that's for sure. But, yeah, I'm gonna say probably about 95 to 100. That's what I'd say. Your attempt. Yeah. Matthew?
Massive shout out to Daniel from Ireland.
I was curious about. I just had it was in my head. The quiz, the 20 questions. Just curious when and how are we
Massive shout out to all the dogs here today. Look at that. I've seen about 4.
So you'll join up tomorrow, and I'm going to share it the same way I've been sharing everything so far, right in the chat. We're going to have about 25 minutes of each last time. So, like that. Okay, well, thank you. You bet. It will be probably about 5 minutes or you first. I'll you guys have questions. Just kind of jog our memory for the day previous. Do that before we do the quiz. Coach Hand, yeah, of course, you're welcome. Michael. So, just to make sure, you said, so I know with recruiting, they told me that it would be at least 2 weeks before we receive our first check. But if we do the 15 hours and you get one to show for this week, do we get a check next week, or would that still be 2 weeks out? I'm not sure where that's coming from. That's just slightly incorrect. We definitely are paid weekly here, so anybody you get to show up this week, and if you get the 15 hours and demo RAM, you get that $100 bonus. Yes, you will get that next week. I'm not sure. Somebody received the wrong info, I think.
I hope you would that same information.
Okay. Well, thanks for the feedback, guys. I know we have some new recruiters, so that's probably just a little bit incorrect on their end. That's part of why we do this, too, so I can set the record straight. It is definitely 1 week. It's weekly day. I can say this without a shadow of a doubt. That is how it works. Where's the quiz? I'll give it to you tomorrow. It's going to be right in here. Go ahead, the last question, then I got about. Go ahead.
Crowds, that is ours, and then we drown, never been found
speaking. Can't hear anybody. Yeah, just on the instructions that were sent by Gerald in email, it doesn't say anything about getting an appointment set for the third week. It just says first week, 15 active hours time, 400. This includes the sales course, and then 30 hours active time, 400 for week 2. When did you meet with your recruiter, Cliff? Because this was just 4 days ago that he sent this out. The instructor. And what was the gentleman's name that you were speaking with? Gerald Ross. Gerald. Okay, I appreciate that. We'll do that. Looks like somebody didn't get the memo. Okay, well, let me just go ahead and break it to you guys. First of all, again, appreciate the feedback. So, the one demo requirement is a recent change, but that is a change that is in effect as of right now. And they should be telling you that, but looks like they are incorrect. So if you did get that, first of all, apologies. I just apologize on the behalf of WRE, slightly incorrect. No, it is one demo ran. That's official. I need to go and make sure the recruiting team is giving you the right information. Sounds like somebody missed the memo. It's like Gerald. For both this week and next week. That is correct, sir. Yes, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Apologize for the inconsistency there. Okay. Any other questions, team? I'm just about ready to hop off here. But ask any questions. And also, does everybody have the intro video link? If somebody is confused about that still, please let me know now while you have it. Troy, what's going on?
Yeah, so is the payday on Monday or Friday? Like when they have
paydays, Wednesdays and Thursdays. Invoices are sent on Mondays.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Shout to Dylan and Trev.
Okay. Very good. No, it'll be the same link, same time for tomorrow, folks. And please don't be late tomorrow. Please show up on time, ready to take that quiz. If you show up late tomorrow and don't ask me about the quiz, don't get to take it. Well, we can't consider you for the role. Okay, so please be on time tomorrow. Ready to go. We're going to take some more notes. We got more learning to do tomorrow. And that's pretty much it for today, folks. You guys have an excellent evening. And I will see you once again, same time, same link tomorrow. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, bye.
Barcelona, make some noise for yourself.
I wonder where this is.
You've got me feeling like this, like this, like this. You've got me feeling like like this. You've got me feeling like like this, like this, like this. You've got me feeling like
check this out.
You wrote that again?
Tune your bass to ours.
It is a freaking cold in my house.
Check, check. Once again, Barcelona, make some noise for yourself! Here's that 35-mile-an-hour wind they were talking about.
Not trying to calm it down, so calm it down low. It's overdue. And watch them dance around, enjoy the view.
Fais una mica da sudare!
Light him up. Better spark it, light him up and pass it round. Smell the fumes before you coming through with a darker sound. Days that make you levitate, my feet don't touch the ground. Going on for days, not trying to calm it down, so calm it down, or light him up, it's overdue. Time to pass the crown and watch them dance around, enjoy the view. Hope we make it out, I got nothing left to prove, I think my patience out. So let me just light the room until the flames go out, flames go out, flames go out, flames go out. Light 'em up and pass it round. Coming through with the darker sound. My feet don't touch the ground. Not trying to calm it down, so calm it down, Lord. It's overdue. And watch them dance around, enjoy the view. Yeah, light him up. So why you standing round? You still need to earn your stripes. Bring the bass and light it up and watch them skanking through the fires. On my own demise, I think I went too hard inside. Cigarette hard to light, but light up half the night, so hold them tight. Light 'em up, it's overdue. Time to stand and fight and watch them dance around, enjoy the view. Hope we last the night, and I got nothing left to prove. I think my patience out, so let me just light the room until the flames go out, flames go out, flames go out, flames go out, flames go out. Any one of them guys show up. Light him up.
Out to everyone looking on Facebook, out to everyone watching us back on YouTube. This is Drum and Bass on the Bike Barcelona 2023. Delighted to announce I'll be coming back next month for a special birthday club show. Sign up via the link in the description or the pinned comment. Head over to any of my socials where you can find out more. Drum and Bass on the Bike Barcelona, make some noise!
Spark it, light 'em up and pass it round. Smell the fumes before you see us coming through with a darker sound. Days that make you levitate, my feet don't touch the ground. Going on for days, not trying to calm it down, so calm it down, or light 'em up, it's overdue. Time to pass the crown and watch them dance around, enjoy the view. Hope we make it out, I got nothing left to prove, I think my patience out. So let me just light the room until the flames go out, flames go out, flames go out, flames go out. Light 'em up and pass it round. Coming through with a darker sound. My feet don't touch the ground. Not trying to calm it down, so calm it down, Lord. It's overdue. And watch them dance around, enjoy the view. They got nothing left to prove, I think my patience out. Yeah, light him up. So why you standing round? You still need to earn your stripes. Bring the bass and light it up and watch them skanking through the fires. On my own demise, I think I went too hard inside. Cigarette hard to light, but light up half the night, so hold them tight. Light 'em up, it's overdue. Time to stand and fight and watch them dance around, enjoy the view. Hope we last the night, and I got nothing left to prove. I think my patience out, so let me just light the room until the flames go out, flames go out. Any one of them guys show up. Light him up.
Get tax expertise without hidden fees. Switch to a TurboTax expert for $150. Say bye to fees and match with a trusted expert to handle your taxes. All forms.
chasing wind, doing it again and again till you say my name. And by the way, I'm so glad. I just wanna make you sweat. I wanna make you sweat. I just wanna make you sweat. I wanna make you sweat. Sweat. I just wanna make you sweat. I wanna make you sweat. Still doing that shit on act. Six birds. Check me out. Look, still Dre Day, nigga. AK, nigga. Though I grown a lot, can't keep it home a lot. Cause when I frequent the spots that I'm known to rock, you hear the bass from the trunk when I'm on the block. Ladies, they pay homage, but haters say Dre fell off. How, nigga? My last album was The Chronic. They wanna know if he still got it. They say raps change. They wanna know how I feel about it. You ain't up on things. Dr. Dre, that's the name. I'm ahead of my game. Still puffin' my leaves. Still fuck with the beats. Still not loving police. Still rock my khakis with a cuff and a crease. Still got love for the streets. Reppin' 213. Still the beats bang. Still doing my thing. Since I left, ain't too much change. And them lolos, girl.
Oh my.
And I still got love for the streets. I'm representing for the gangsters all across the world. Still hitting them corners and them lolos, girl. Still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. If it's D, since the last time you heard from me, I lost some friends. Well, hell, me and Snoop, we dipping again. Yeah, kept my ear to the streets. Sign Eminem, he's triple platinum, doing 50 a week. Still, I stay close to the heat. And even when I was close to the beat, I rose to my feet. My life's like a soundtrack, I rose to the beat. Treat rap like Cali weed, I smoke till I'm sleep. Wake up in the AM, compose a beat. I bring the fire till you're soaking in your seat. Let go, it's not a fluke, it's been tried, I'm the truth. Since turn off the lights from the world-class wrecking crew, I'm still at it, after mathematics. In the home with drive-bys and agmatics. Swap meets, sticky green and bad traffic. I dips through, and I gives you, that's me. And them lolos, girl. And I still got love for the streets. I'm representing for the gangsters all across the world. Hitting them corners and them lolos, girl. Taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. If it's D, that's me.
My husband used to ejaculate prematurely until this.
My hubby is ejaculating so fast, and then he gets so anxious about.
God's plan. God's plan.
Oh my lord.
I've been moving condos, I no trouble with me.
Who the fuck is that?
Keep it peaceful is a struggle for me. Don't pull up at 6 a.m. to cuddle with me. You know how I like you.
Oh, she reminds me of an ex-girlfriend.
I don't wanna die for them to miss me. Yes, I see the things that they wishing on me. Hope I got some brothers that outlive me. They gon' tell the story, shit was different with me. God's plan, God's plan. I hold back sometimes I won't, yeah. I feel good sometimes I don't, yeah. I finesse down Western Road, hey. She said, do you love me? I tell her only partly. I only love my bed and my mama, I'm sorry. 50 dub, I even got it tatted on me. 81, they'll bring the crashes to the party. And you know me, turn a 02 into a 03 dog. With a 40 Ollie, they be know me. Imagine if I never met the broskies. God's plan, God's plan. I can't do this on my own, hey. Someone watching this shit close, yeah. I've been missing Scarlet Road, hey.
Ooh.
Sometimes. Actually, oh, damn it, Code. Fuck. You about to hop on right now?
I mean, I can leave.
Mr. Muted Pants.
I am not muted. There ain't no way. I am muted. I can leave.
No. I'm gonna come grab you. This lobby is like only 4 people in here anyway, so.
This guy.
No, you literally
My
joined
fault.
when I was like thinking about. No, I literally was like looking at your name. I was about to invite you, but like it joined up like as soon as you fucking joined the VC, and I was like, oh fuck. That's what I meant. Oh fuck about, not you joining. You know what I'm saying? Same, but different.
But different.
Same.
That's a good movie, man. A lot of people sleep on
Honestly,
these
yeah,
fucking
bro.
movies.
I guarantee even Kim Jong-un is like, yeah, this movie funny as fuck. You know what
I
I'm
would think it
saying?
would be funny. They didn't really like degrade him in no sense. They just made him a person.
I don't know, he's pretty crazy though, bro.
He makes people think he's a god, and that he doesn't pee or poop.
Yeah, communism's crazy, huh?
He's a communism.
It's basically like,
He's
yeah,
him, bro.
communist. Yeah, shit, bro. I feel bad for that North Korean. I'm Korean, bro. You know what I'm saying? So South Korean, South side. I don't have to like defect or nothing.
It's just you just can be like same, but different.
Way different.
The slaughter
No
of
shit.
Coxwell.
Oh, we back. Oh yeah. Oh, we back. We get to
Listen.
fight white now, dude.
North Korea's got some
Everyone go for
hot-ass
white.
women, though, for sure. Have you not seen the women that have defected to the United States from North Korea?
Yeah, dude.
Protect the village. Don't let the Masons put it to the torch.
What map?
Coxwell. We're on the same one when we just left. Or the one we were on previous. Oh yeah.
What's even worse about that North Korea situation, man, is like no one knows how bad it is over there because it's all fucking propagandized, lies and shit.
Oh, we know. We know how bad it is. They don't know who are there. They don't know how bad it is.
That's true.
You feel me?
Save the peasants from this onslaught.
Oh, I missed. Wow, bro.
Look at what fucking runaway pussy done there, pussy Clark.
Put it to the torch. The village is lost. Fall back to the gate.
Alright, let's get it.
Hold the gates. The Mason horde must not gain access to the city.
Oh, what the hell? I couldn't turn fast enough, man. Hey, Casson, he's Menace is here. Hey.
What does that mean?
Cass is a player, and also he's no Menace is a player. They're on the other team. They just got here. They're homies.
Yeah, I'm on your team now.
Yeah. And we'll beat up fucking white now, bro.
Yeah.
Show him who
And
the real
you.
king is, bro. You said you're on my team.
Yeah.
Oh, Cass, boy. What's up, the fart? Let's go, gang. Hell yeah, you are the fart 1977. Then damn straight, brother. Thank you for the follow, king. That is you, my bro. Hell yeah. Oi! Yes, you are, man. Yes, you are.
Stop the invaders at the gate! A gate is about to be breached!
Oh man, I got steak on the way. Good
Ooh,
day.
you got steak on the way, boy? What kind of? Oh, from where?
My
What kind of steak, too?
Dad is making. It's either gonna be a ribeye or a filet mignon.
Gonna be a good ass one, bro. Ooh. If I had it my way, I'd just eat the cap of the steak every time, bro. That's like the best fucking part, dude. That tender shit. I'll just cut off all the caps and eat that. Bougie as fuck, boy.
Fall back!
Do they sell just caps? I don't know. I've never bought just a cap.
You have to buy like a huge ass piece of meat.
Oh yeah, I feel you. A big piece, dog.
Like almost $200 worth of meat, kind of big.
Yeah, but that 200 is like way more better deal than
make that last
than grabbing like 200 sliced steaks. You know what I'm saying?
How? This motherfucker here, bro. Meow.
Ah, boy.
Masons are taking our valuables! They must be stopped!
Oh, watch out. Oh, hell no, trap. Get one of them.
Fuck, I got stuck.
What the? No! The fuck was that, bro? Left mouse button, bro. Hell nah, bro. RB. Do you know that guy, RB? The fart? Is that particle? Or
Almost all of our loot has been taken! They must not get everything!
oh hell yeah, bro! Making the rounds, dude. Let's go. Well, he's got good taste, then, bro. Ship streamers, dude. Collect the set, dude. We're like Pokemon cards, bro. Oh yeah, gotta catch them all. Oh, liquor, dude. Oh my god. Fuck, dude, I gotta pee, bro. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Sorry.
Agathians, fall back and defend the market!
Wow, I'm doing terrible.
they killed me, bro. Oh, lame fucks, dude. All right. Dude, my crypto is down right now, bro.
Yes,
The enemy has
sir.
completely robbed an area of loot.
Why do you think I'm getting a job?
Fall back! The enemy has overrun the city! Reinforcements have not yet arrived! This is it! Do not go quietly!
I like the way you run, White. I like the way you run. I can smell you. Bro, that fool. Ooh. Oh, what the? Oh, what the fuck, dude? This motherfucker chasing me, bro.
Oh no! Artful.
Ah, where the fuck is the team at, bro?
Dead.
Getting fucked up. Oh my god, bro. There's literally like 4 people just swinging away in a corner.
Oh my god.
Stick together! Do not let the enemy break up!
Dude, fucking kill this idiot, bro. Woo! Ooh, oh, fire!
We must go! Let every man take 5 of them with you! Reinforcements have not yet arrived! This is it! Do not go quietly!
Ooh, Lord Milf. What's up, Nope? How you doing? God damn. Go get him, peasant. Go get him, my peasant. Oh my god, bro. What's up, Hunter? Ever had chicken chicken salad chick. God damn, she's so good. I don't think so.
I've had it. It's a southern thing.
What's poppin'? Let's go, Hunter.
Bro,
That sounds pretty.
So
I had a
good.
chicken salad like sandwich. Yeah. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Where's this last guy at, bruh?
Bro, my favorite scoop is the Dixie Chicks. It's like an onion-based fucking
Good teammate, bro.
chicken salad. Oh my god, so fucking good. My girl likes this jalapeno one. If you ever see one, you should definitely stop and try it.
Where at?
Chicken salad chick.
Chicken. I don't know what that is, bro. Is that a place?
It's a
Oh, yeah,
restaurant.
boy.
It's basically like lunch, brunch kind of food. They only serve
That sounds good, bro.
soups and
That
chicken
sounds
salad
fucking. Punta de gasolina.
with fruit cups. Oh, it's so good.
The Battle of Dark Forest.
Be right back. I'm gonna get some water.
All right, my papa, you get that water. Yes, chicken salad chick. Chicken salad chick. Hell yeah. Well, shit, you live right next door, so I don't know why we don't have one around here. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about the brunch, dude. Well, mimosa. Mimosa. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, me neither.
Take them by surprise! Attack! Brothers! Stop that caravan!
I didn't mean to jump, cousin. Rifle. Oh,
I'm dying.
I had to block Hunter. Don't remember why. Oh shit. Oh no, was it being a meanie bobini? Bofini? We being a meanie, Hunter.
No way!
Come on, Code.
Why do I keep running when I like that?
Oi. He was in here just for a second. He left though. Thank you for the like, Milk. I love ya. I love ya. Not in the lobby. He was in chat for like a second. I don't know if he's still here though. Hey, she loves me, guys. Ah, she loves me.
No.
Hadouken. Ooh. Oh, what? How's that win?
You're bang on already.
Oh my god, bro.
Break the convoy! It must be halted!
Our bizzle.
Man, I was sleeping on the Danax. The Danax is pretty fun to play with too.
Yeah, Danax. Danax is super buff, homie. Double Danes, bro. Run that shit. You throw the first one. Yeah, bro. You throw the first one. You get him chipped down to half health, and then you clean him up with the second one. By swinging. Yeah. I'll do it with you, bro. You down? Hey.
The Mason caravan has reached the gate. Fall back to the gatehouse. Agathians, defend our gatehouse.
Oh, no. Fuck.
Yeah, toe.
Fucking fucker. I mean, that's just what happens when you frontline fight, you know? I don't like to hide in the back like some players, dude. I like to be in that shit, bro. Front, bro. I want all that smoke, boy. Whoa! Fuck, no! I like 1BXTO. Yeah, bro. That's like my favorite thing to do in TO is 1BX. That's like the easy thing to do. I feel like if you 1BX, I mean, obviously it's harder than 1v1, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, bro, you know what I'm saying?